and gentlemen. So we are about to start the session. I would request all of you to kindly come forward. So people who are sitting, at the last, so you may please come forward. So we would be starting the session maybe in another 2-3 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we shall be starting the proceedings for this AI in Action India Summit. And I would request our guest of honor, Mr. Arvind Kumarji, to kindly come on the stage, please. May I also request the event chair, Mr. Harjeet Singh, to kindly come on the stage, please. I would request Mr. Anupam Srivastava, the keynote speaker for today's session, to kindly come on the stage, please. I shall request the chair of Haryana State Chapter of phdcci, Mr. Satish Dev Jain, to kindly join us on the stage. And I shall also request Mr. Rakesh Sangrai, Director phdcci, to join us on the stage, please. Give me a minute, sir. And to start the proceedings for today's session, I would request Rakesh Sangrai to kindly give an opening remarks and moderate the session. Over to you, Rakesh ji.
Thank you, Gurdarshan. Thank you so much. Welcome to AI Summit by PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, industry leaders, innovators, and members of the phdcci fraternity. Good morning and very warm welcome to all of you. phdcci AI in Action India Summit 2026 here in Gurgaon, centered around the theme Transforming Industry, Empowering Bharat. This theme reflects not only our aspirations, but also the urgency with which we must embrace artificial intelligence as a catalyst for inclusive growth, competitiveness, and national progress. We stand today at the defining moment in the history. Artificial intelligence is no longer a concept of the future. It is actively reshaping industries, redefining jobs, and reimagining how businesses operate. For India, AI presents a unique opportunity to leapfrog traditional barriers, empower our enterprise, especially MSMEs, and position Bharat as a global hub of innovation and responsible technology adoption. We will also deliberate on governance, infrastructure, and digital public infrastructure, DPI, key pillars that will enable scalable and inclusive AI deployment across sectors. As AI continues to evolve, the conversation around frameworks and future of work becomes increasingly important. How do we prepare our workforce? How do we ensure that technology augments human potential rather than displacing it? Our session on AI in action and industry use cases will bring real-world perspectives to the forefront, showcasing success stories, lessons learned, and practical applications across industries. These insights are invaluable as they bridge the gap between theory and implementation. For those at the beginning of their AI journey, we have curated a hands-on segment that will provide actionable guidance on how to get started. Importantly, we are placing strong emphasis on AI for MSMEs, focusing on affordable, scalable solutions and democratize access to technology and ensure that no enterprise is left behind. The workshop on AI in action, industry use cases and applications will further deepen engagement, enabling participants to translate ideas into tangible strategies. At phdcci, we believe that collaboration is the key to unlocking AI's full potential. Government, industry, academia, and startups must come together to co-create an ecosystem that is innovative, inclusive, and globally competitive. In this spirit of collaborative action and in esteemed presence of the Director General of STPI, Sri Arvind Kumarji, I would like to propose an alliance between phdcci and STPI. We believe a robust partnership dedicated to providing specialized AI training and skill development for the industry. By demystifying AI applications and demonstrating their role in enhancing productivity and operational excellence, we can empower industry members to compete globally. To this end, phdcci wishes to conduct a series of high-impact workshops throughout the year across various industry clusters with the support of STPI. Together, we can ensure that the benefit of AI are not just understood, but actively implemented on the factory floors, corporate officers, and in the boardroom of every enterprise in Bharat. As we begin today's summit, I encourage all participants to actively engage, share insights, ask questions, and explore partnerships. Let this platform serve not just a forum for discussion, but also a launchpad for action. Together, let us harness the power of AI to transform industries, empower enterprises, and contribute meaningfully to the vision of the digitally empowered Bharat. Thank you, and I wish you all a highly engaging and productive summit. Thank you. Yeah. I formally request the Haryana State Chapter Chair, Mr. Satish Dev Jain, to please deliver his formal welcome address. He is Chairman of Indo Auto Tech Limited. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable guests on the dais, Mr. Arvind Kumar, DG STPI, Mr. Anupam Srivastava, MD Accenture, Mr. Harjeet Singh, Group Chair and CEO, Seri Brand and Event Chair, Mr. Shivam Saluja, Co-Chair, Haryana State Chapter, phdcci, Mr. Naveen Seth, and esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to the AI in India Action Summit 2026. It's both an honor and privilege to host this prestigious gathering under the aegis of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you, taking out your precious time and coming here and to have a learning experience. AI is here not just as a technology, but as a disruptor. And it is as big as the industrial revolution or the IT revolution. We must embrace it and leverage it to make our businesses more productive, more competitive. And what better place can be than organizing it than Gurugram, a city at the forefront of India's transformation, IT excellence, and vibrant startup ecosystem. At PhDCCI, we strongly believe that in fostering collaboration on key challenges and key growth areas, and since AI is the most important development in recent times, we are happy to bring stakeholders together from industry, government, innovators, academia, so that we can discuss as a dialogue. And I truly believe that this summit will serve as the foundation for a much larger and much more impactful gathering later this year. And one very important thing I want to share with you regarding the question which always being raised at most of the summits is whether AI will take our jobs or not. So I think that's a very old question that has been answered many times, that it's a technology change. We have to adopt it, and we have to upskill ourselves, and we have to leverage it to make our businesses better, to make ourselves better. people who will leverage AI will move ahead of the people who will not leverage AI. So that's the answer. And another thing that there are a lot of people with different perspective here about AI, with different skill sets, different backgrounds. Everybody is here to contribute to this event in some way. So I kindly request to also keep this event in as a dialogue, a very healthy and constructive dialogue, and be very open-minded in asking any kind of concern you have, any question you have. Please feel free to ask any questions, and all these speakers and guests will be very happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Harjeet Singh. He is Group Chair and CEO of Cerebrant, and he is also an event chair. He is having more than 25 years of experience. Mr. Harjeet has been at the forefront of digital revolution as a serial entrepreneur, investor, and visionary leader in the global UX. 2 decades, he leads the Cerebrant Group as it expands across Australia and Asia. His expertise, experience, and leadership continue to inspire us to push the limit. Mr. Harjeet Singh, please.
A very good morning to all. Good morning. Thank you so much, Rakeshji. Thanks, Satishji. And a very warm welcome to Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI, Mr. Anupam Srivastava, who's the keynote speaker today, all our distinguished guests, partners, and friends. Privilege and an honor to be standing here right now as we open the AI in Action India Summit. And I believe we have a platform that's not just for discussion, but where we can prompt some action. But let's be clear, we are not in an age where things take 20 years to mature. In just about 2-3 years, as we've been discussing since the morning, we've gone from introduction of a technology to a point where we are asking questions of how mature it is, what kind of governance frameworks it has, and in just a period of 2 years, we've gone from do I need AI to I need AI, but I don't know how to start, where to start, and that's the question that we are asking. It's not about what AI can do. It's like, what should I do with AI? And everybody's grappling with those questions, and this session is an attempt. I'm grateful to PhD Chamber for organizing this, because this is a question that needs discussion. This is a question that needs deliberation. We are all in that age, and we are going from what was until last year, everybody was saying AI is in a hype cycle. It's going to go, just as it came. Well, that's not happening. But it's followed through a familiar cycle, right? We were all curious about AI. It started in 22 when ChatGPT was launched. Again, for those who've been following AI, probably a little more than that, when the Google paper in 2017 came in on the transformer models, created a lot of excitement. A lot of companies started a lot of experimentation, but we're now at a point where we've got a lot of expectations out of AI. And that's what we are trying to answer as some of the questions that we've got today with these sessions. Enterprises today are not just impressed with proofs of concept or a successful experiment. They need an ROI. They want to look at what value AI is delivering today. And that means reduced cost. And we've been at it since the start of enterprise, right? There's nothing new in that. We've been looking at how does AI help me reduce my costs? How can I take faster decisions with AI? Because that's a critical element that AI is bringing in. How can I improve my customer experiences? These are the kind of questions that we would like the sessions today to answer. And probably to bring an element which has come into focus within the past, I'd say about 1.5 years, which is, can I trust AI today? Whatever AI is doing, great, but can I trust the decisions it's taking? Can I trust the agents when they're taking those decisions? That element of trust is that breaking point where POCs don't go to production because there is no safe execution environment for AI. That's what we'd like to discuss today. And I must say it is India's unique moment. We are not just consumers of technology. We build, we operate, and increasingly we are enabling technology ecosystems around the world. And we have the largest public data infrastructure, digital public infrastructure in the world, and it's adopted by, I think last count was 19 countries now that have agreed to adopt this within their ecosystem. Very rapidly digitizing industrial base, which was very averse to even bringing computers in 25 years ago. They're very, very, they're okay with now taking in the leap and saying, now I want AI in my company as well. And we have demographic advantage. We've heard that a number of times, but we've had a lot of digital adoption. We've leapfrogged many nations in digital adoption, but we're still lagging when it comes to AI adoption. It's still uneven, it's still fragmented, still a lot of questions that we need to answer in that. And that's generally the plan of the sessions today. Our sessions will focus on AI as not just the intelligence element in AI, but also alignment with what business objectives we want to achieve with that. The first session, of course, is the keynote with Shri Anupam. Then we follow that up with building a trusted and resilient AI ecosystem, and from there on, we're going to discuss areas where AI goes beyond from what we call point usage of tools or point tools like chatbots or you're generating recommendation engines or analytical dashboards. How do you go from that stage to where AI becomes a part of the fabric or a fabric of the organizational technology infrastructure? And how does it relate to the business objectives we've set for that? We follow that up in a second session, which is focusing on something which is on everybody's mind, the future of work. How many jobs are going to get lost? How many people are going to be needed? But I believe the panelists will have their viewpoints, but I'm pretty sure there's a consensus that AI is not replacing jobs, it's just going to reconfigure jobs. And we have to stop thinking of AI as an event that happens once. It is not a 1 month play, it is not a 1 year play. If we are even starting to think of agentic systems, everybody's probably grappling with parlance as it is, but even if we are thinking of agentic systems, think of it as a 10 or 15 year play, not a 1 year play. The focus through the day is going to be on how do we start using AI, how do we move from POCs and proofs of concept and experimentation to actually using AI in our businesses. What are the first steps to take? There are sessions around where we present real industry use cases, where we present frameworks around governance. We look at some live demonstrations as well, and some actionable starting points. Because I believe that's where the things really break. Because we all attend these sessions, we have more questions when we leave than we came in with, which is a problem. So our intention with this session was to curate it in a manner where you'd be able to go back with more answers than questions. And I think that will be our endeavor through the day. I do want to mention a segment which I specifically want to call out right now, which is the MSMEs. AI is often perceived as, oh, this is hugely expensive because the compute that you need to run AI systems is expensive. The data storage element is expensive. And it's accessible only to large enterprises. That is changing so rapidly, and the strides that India has taken as a country to make that infrastructure available to MSMEs at roughly, as the minister was saying, I think the day before, at 1/3 the cost of what it is available as globally. I think that is going to go a long way in terms of building that kind of a base for AI talent in India. But we also argue in the first session that we have, the panel discussion we have around the need now from where we built a DPI, which is DPI was for transactions, all our JAM Trinity and the DPI that we built, the digital public infrastructure, all of that was for transactions. We get to a point where DPI is now needed for decisions. That's what AI is doing, and something that we'll explore. So for us, I'll not take too much time, I'll not stand between you and the excellent speaker lineup we've got, but For me, I think as the event chair, it's an honor to be here. Thank you so much to PhD Chamber. Um, and what success to me, I just wrote that down, what success looks like to me at the end of this session today. If we've achieved these, first you leave with clarity, not confusion, right? That confusion is like every seminar you go to, every event you attend, every summit you attend, you come back with more confusion. So we probably leave you with some clarity. We identify probably within each of our businesses some real use cases of where can AI help. Is AI just an efficiency play, or can AI be a tool or a framework or a layer in your infrastructure which can give you competitive differentiation, where you understand how to start? What are the first steps you need to take? Because AI is not about technology. Let me just say that again, it's not about technology. It is about your organizational systems, your needs, your outcomes, your data infrastructure, and how you tie all of that to your governance frameworks. If you've got that, AI is going to be, you're going to be a lot more successful with AI implementations. And most importantly, as I said, where you're able to move from experimentation to running something in production. That'll be, our real success in this. And where we are going from can we build it to can we build AI responsibly? Can we govern it effectively? And can we scale it meaningfully? I think that's what we are for, but let's not just talk about AI today. Let's put AI into action, and I wish you a happy and productive day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Our keynote speaker for today is Mr. Anupam Srivastava. He is Managing Director of Accenture. He has more than 25 years of technology industry and currently leads the retail practice in Accenture, India and Americas. He has delivered transformation and outsourcing programs in multiple geographies around the world. He was based in US for 8 years, has extensively traveled and well-versed with Japan, and is now settled in Delhi NCR. He is keen innovator with client to drive business outcomes, avid reader, and loves to give back to the society. Mr. Anupam Srivastava, please.
Okay, good morning. Well, this is not the Delhi NCR energy, right? Either we didn't have a good breakfast or we're waiting for lunch already. Right, so this is Anupam Srivastava. Thanks for a very generous introduction. I don't know if I'm worth that long an introduction, but it's an honor, Ajit Singhji. I mean, I was part of the PhD chapter in Chandigarh as well. Thanks for the opportunity. I had similar topic, but I think one thing the panel here will agree, since then and now, the world has changed again, right? And the way we see the world, at the pace it is moving faster than where Trump is thinking of the next war, right? So that's the world we're in. AI is incredible, right? AI is doing phenomenal things for us, but I had my own challenges with AI, right? So I'm based out of Delhi NCR. I live in Noida. I've come to Gurgaon a couple of hours, wondering all the way that could AI change my travel experience, right? Hasn't changed one bit. It's been the same. But AI, without a doubt, has enormous promise, right? I mean, none of us in the room, I think, need to leave the day with any iota of doubt in our mind that is there a promise in the technology? It is an absolute resounding yes. I think the question is going to be less about how, technology, whether it will prove itself over a period of time. Like any large technology change, the world will deal with it, the world will grapple with it. I came with Gaurav. He leads AI and data at Tech Mahindra, and we were having a good exchange of ideas. And a lot of it, Gaurav, that I'll talk now, you probably heard in the cab already, so if you want to step out for coffee, that's okay. It will be a bit of a rinse and repeat for you. But make no mistake, there is going to be a phenomenal change that's coming our way, right? I think the society at large, cross-industry applicability is seeing a change already. I was there with NIT Delhi, one of the top engineering colleges we have in Delhi, as part of a Campus Connect program. And I was surprised, a lot of kids, final year engineering students, when I was interacting with them, they were talking about how many applications they've built. And my question to them was, what is the measure of success in your mind? And the answer was, I've written 3,000 lines of code to build this application. I've written 2,000 lines of code to write this application. And I said, you know, it could be a heartbreak moment for you, but measure of success in terms of lines of code, that ship has sailed, right? So it's going to be more about what's around you, how you leverage what's available already. A lot of you were probably hooked on to World Economic Forum at Davos, what it did to the world. My company's stock itself tumbled, right? Not that Accenture cannot deal with AI, but there is a significant disruption coming our way, right? How many of you know Dario already, who leads Claude? Show of hands. Okay, all right. He was here, by the way, in the AI summit in Delhi as well. Some of you probably were there as well. It is a huge change. I think we'll talk a bit about the change, but what it does to this group, and if I can refer to this as a leadership group, like I always say, like, you know, I'll quote the Spider-Man movie, with power comes responsibility. So I think Harjeet Singh ji just called it out, that how do we do it responsibly? It's going to be so important, because there's enormous power in our hands. There's enormous capabilities which are coming with it. How do you deal with it? How do you govern it? How do you do it right? Is going to be something that is expected of this leadership group, right? I'll touch on some transformational themes as I go through my pitch, but AI is going to be a lot about augmentation to reinvention, right? So there is going to be enormous industry applicability, and I can give you some examples. The global banks, most of the large financial institutions, global banks, are increasingly heavily using AI for fraud detection, right? And trust you me, the more digitized the world is, the more vulnerable we are. And some of you technology world would know that when Microsoft had a CrowdStrike issue, it crippled all the banks, it crippled all the airlines, it crippled more things that the current Iran-Israel war did, right? So we are more vulnerable than ever before, but at the same time, there's that much more need for the chief information security officers, the CISOs as we call it, for any large enterprise to be able to make sure that their enterprises, their organizations are that much more secured, right? Which includes banking, which includes financial, which include all businesses. I lead retail technology delivery for Accenture for most of the Americas clients. And I was talking to Gaurav while on the way here that if you talk about LLM commerce, I don't know how many of you are familiar with LLM commerce, but essentially LLM commerce, what it really means is that you've gone to, let's say, a Perplexity, or you've gone to a ChatGPT or any of the LLM platforms widely available, and you've used that platform to buy or purchase a product of your choice. A lot of US retailers, practically all of them, have already started going down that route. And just the traffic that last year Thanksgiving sales, what it is telling us, Thanksgiving is a big retail season in North America. It's telling that the traffic has gone up by 1,200%, where people did not go to the retailer site or the channel, instead went to the LLM, and from there, because of personalization, the objectivity, the specific nature of their ask, could save time, and more importantly to the retailer, it is always the basket size that matters, right? People visit, but they don't necessarily purchase, but the behavioral change that was seen in this agentic commerce was that the conversion rate was almost 5x what they were seeing in regular channels, right? That's music to any retailer, right? If you're a Walmart, if you're a Target, if you're a Best Buy, if you're any of those large retailers, this is exactly what you want, right? So the cross-industry applicability, there is zero doubt in anybody's mind. It is beautiful. It's coming out. I'll quote one of my large clients which are into shoes, and this is a client which sponsors most of the NBA events. If some of you follow US basketball, I think you could guess the name already. These brands, for them, the time from idea to value is very important because they come out with these fascinating ideas that they want to have these new shoe models for a new athlete. They want to hit a certain season. In the earlier world, they were taking about 9 months for that idea to value. In the world where they're in, there are a lot of autonomous agents, there are a lot of AI agents which are working through their entire enterprise value chain, and now they've brought it down to 1 month, right? Which is phenomenal for them, and that is directly impacting their top line. So we need to understand that a lot of connotation of AI is about cost takeout. A lot of color that we have in our minds is that how do I optimize, how do I get more efficient, how can I do it better? What is also important is to see can AI impact the top line? It's not always going to be about bottom line. If you talk to a CEO of a company, it's going to be less about cost takeout and bottom line, it's going to be more about top line. So now there's a lot of industry applicability for AI where it is already hitting the top line. I think that's a significant change we're seeing in the last 3, 6, 9 months. I think AI transformation a lot of times is seen as an IT agenda. It is not an IT agenda, right? It's a CEO level mandate. It's a board level mandate. I host almost in my capacity in the technology delivery I do, I almost host 50 to 60 CIOs in a year. And there is not one CIO who's come in the last 3, 6, 9 months who's not talked about what is the cost takeout coupled with top line impact that AI can do to their business, right? So that's the way the world is thinking. That's the way the world is moving. We just need to make sure that we are moving along the lines. The second aspect is a lot of times you would hear that while we implement AI solutions, keep the human in the loop, right? And what I'm calling the world is that it's not human in the loop, it's going to be human in the lead. You cannot deliver an AI solution unless you have human in the lead, essentially for many reasons, right? I don't know how many of you have heard Satya Nadella recently talked about GitHub Copilot and all these technology solutions. They're creating a lot of code, but it's also going to be so much important that your QA that code before it goes to your client's production environment, because back in the days where I grew up, I come from an SAP developer background, I would know each line of code that I would write. I would know each module that I'm putting in production. But in the world we are in, where the integrated development environments, there's so much code assist available, there's so much automatic code generation, you are losing that touch with that code. You own it, but you're not accountable. But I think what's going to be very important is that with all the AI shift that we are doing, your accountability cannot go down, right? The responsibility comes with accountability, and you cannot tell your clients or you cannot tell a business that this was a mess up in production, but this was done by a Claude or a GitHub Copilot. You just can't do that. So your accountability stays the way it is. Leadership and organizational impacts are going to be the name of the game. They will continue the way how we lead our organizations into it. I think the other part is, I think Harjeet ji also talked about responsibility, right? A lot of time when we start talking about responsibility, we talk about governance, we talk about a responsible AI framework. We also start to believe that, okay, these are going to be guardrails which will slow me down, right? Which will probably put all the hurdles, the speed breakers or the roadblocks. But I think it is important to understand that responsible AI is not going to be about slowing down the innovation. It's going to be about making innovation sustainable, making something which truly impacts the society in the right manner, right? And I have some examples. I mean, AI, if you really think about it, the true power lies when it is augmenting your human judgment, right? The work will remain the work, right? Somebody was talking about earlier about worry the society that, you'll have job losses. I actually look at it the other way. If there was something that was going to be done by 100 people, it will tomorrow get done by 80 people. Now, does that necessarily mean I will lose those 20 people? Or does that also mean you can change and shift the narrative to say those 100 people can do 120 people's worth of work, right? You don't necessarily need to go down the tube and start to go down the barrel of the gun to say, okay, I'm going to lose people. Well, your people are going to be 20% more efficient. They're going to be 20% more smarter. Can the same people do more work? Can they be more productive? Can I have a conversation with the client and the business to earn more work and deliver more work with the same amount of people, right? So it's a mindset shift. It's a change of narrative, but the moment you make it a forward-looking conversation, the world looks different. So I would highly encourage all of you not to go down the tube of this is a disruptor, but in a way that people will lose the jobs. I would say it's going to make us a lot more smarter and more efficient, and that's the way to need to look at it. And those people need to do a lot more, and rather they'll have ability to do a lot more, right? A lot of AI solutions, you would have heard fairness and bias, right? I gave a classical example that most of the solutions, if you ask a solution, an AI solution to say, give me an image of a white collar worker working in Manhattan, New York, in a technology company, 9 out of 10 times that image will be of a white guy, right? And that's the bias that runs in the system. Now, is that really a representation of the workforce, the demography, or the ethnicity? Not necessarily, right? But there are biases that exist in the system, and we'll have to make sure that that fair play is there. And that's where there's more responsible nature of how you leverage those capabilities come about. The third is transparency and explainability. You have to have a solution which, first and foremost, you are fully confident, you have a conviction, it is transparent, and you can explain. There's a lot of talk about AI-assisted diagnostics, which is coming up big time in life sciences industry. You'll very soon start to see your radiologist if you go to an X-ray in a hospital. He or she will probably look at the X-ray, and there's an AI-assisted diagnostic which will tell what exactly happened to you. And the person over there will just sign it, right? But do you really want that to happen? Do you really want that person to go completely with the AI-assisted advice? You probably want that human intelligence at the end to say that, okay, you know what, please go through it one more time and make sure that you're fully convinced. It has to be rational, it has to be explainable. So that's going to be very important, and this is just one example. Financial institutions, they started leveraging AI big time for a lot of credit assessments. Now, credit is a very important subject in a finance model, in a finance industry. But I've also seen a lot of financial institutions and bankings, they have paused that because their worry is that those credit assessments again had a lot of biases which were coming through, right? So bias is reality, bias is real. It's almost like you would all have grown with the mindset that it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So make sure that you understand, you have a clear explainability, rationality to what you're saying. In the end, I would also say that from a governance perspective, the world is very quickly going to move towards a framework which we are calling it as constitutional AI, right? So what is a constitution? Constitution is nothing but, like we have in India, a constitution which lays down the guidelines and the principles how the society has to operate. Similar principles, similar analogy of constitutional AI, which come in the AI world as well, and it's already starting to take shape, where it will lay down the principles and the guidelines in terms of what exactly it needs to go through, what are the fairness checks, what are the biases it has to exclude, what are the basic human values and tenets that humanity is based on, follow all of that, and then come out with the outcome or the rationale or the recommendation. Because if you're not following that constitutional AI framework, there is a 9 out of 10 times chance that you're getting a colored opinion. And you don't want that. Moving on, I think we are very clear by now. I don't think anybody in the room believes that AI cannot deliver value, right? We all know AI will deliver value. But what's more important to understand is that do we have a value framework which looks at prioritizing, standardization, as well as the scale to that solution, right? Everybody has their own value framework, but I think it's very important that you have to have every use case, everything go through that value framework, that funnel, so you understand that, okay, this is worth a problem solving by AI. I remember long back, one of my client in one of the meetings, I was presenting something to my own client, and he said, Anupam, I don't need a drill, I need a hole, right? So I want you all to understand and absorb this part, that a lot of times we will be getting carried away in that momentum of technology. We'll all be on a high to spray the solution to the problem. Yes, AI is incredible, AI has a lot of value. Does it necessarily mean I need to use AI for every problem in the world? The answer is no. I almost draw a parallel analogy. 5 years back, I come from technology industry. We had a massive surge in cloud migrations. We were trying to move everything to cloud. Okay, how many of you have heard that mad rush for journey to cloud? We are at a point where we are not talking about journey to cloud anymore. We are talking about journey in the cloud. Because when that invoice came with millions of line items, the CIOs were just clueless as to what did they sign up for, right? Everybody talked about value. Now they are questioning, the business is questioning the CIOs to say, okay, you presented this business case. I funded a $100 million program to move all these applications to cloud. Well, I'm seeing pockets of value, but that was not the promise you gave me. My caution to everyone here and to the broader community is that AI could very likely go down the same route. So do not get carried away by an emotional high or a technology high to say, if I have a problem, AI is the solution, not necessarily. Take a pause, have a value framework, funnel it through it, and see if AI really is the solution to that problem, because there's a lot of other aspects which are important. You can't put the cart before the horse, right? I think one thing I would definitely want to say is that, I don't know, maybe you're all familiar with the energy usage that an AI solution has. And just for, easy understanding, if you're building a solution even which needs 20 to 50 prompts, and you all know the amount of energy consumption, and you need to cool down these data centers. And you're seeing a lot of, like where I live in Noida, there are a lot of data centers coming on that expressway. Just a 20 to 50 prompt solution needs almost 500 ml of water. Okay? If you look at the end-to-end applicability and everything from a sustainability perspective, you need half a liter of water when using just 20 prompts. Keep that perspective in mind. And that's what I'm saying, that you need to have a value framework. Don't spray the solution to the problem. Understand the problem. If AI is the solution, why not? But you have to have a very strong business case for it. I think it's important to understand that innovation can scale only if it is treated like infrastructure. Okay? Don't necessarily look at it as United Nations. Even United Nations could not solve all the world problems. Right? Talking about, I think one of the theme given to me was how private-public collaboration can bring things to life. I think one thing we need to be very clear, there is no one Accenture, no one TCS, no Tech Mahindra, no Chambers of Commerce, no World Health Organization. There's no one organization which can bring it all together. Okay? Nobody can solve it. But we can make a better attempt at solving it if we all come together. So it's going to be an ecosystem. And what is going to constitute that ecosystem? So it's going to be a lot of governmental role. We all know UPI is a success in India and many other countries where UPI is rolled out. A key tenet of that success, the government funding on the public infrastructure. AI has to go down the same route, right? There's a lot of prime minister's interest in India. There's a lot of global heads of states interest. But all of that needs to crystallize into action to see actual government spending to create public infrastructure, because no private enterprise can match what a government spend can do. Right? So that's one. Alongside investments, it will mean policies, it will mean regulations, it will mean many other things which governments can do a better job than private enterprises. The second is industry. I think a lot of us come from industry or technology background. I think we have a massive role to play as well. Innovation, a key tenet of the overall agenda. I think fail cheap, fail fast would be my mantra to everyone, right? Don't spend months and months, because the industry does not have an appetite for you to build a solution months and months. You have to quickly build it, and if it fails, move on to something else. You cannot spend a lot of time on it. Okay? Private enterprise have their own investment pockets. We need to dip into that. Industry has a strong role into that. And also bring the execution angle, like the examples I gave earlier, whether it's life sciences, banking, financial, retail. It is industry which runs those businesses. So the more use cases go live, the more industry applicability comes to everyone's attention, the broad gaming or the broad gauging of the solution will become better, and then you'll see a better, wider adoption. And with that, the cost of adoption of AI will also drop. That's a significant part of the adoption. The third part is the academia and startups. I think from an Accenture perspective, we are talking to a lot of academia, even within the country and outside. A lot of you are probably connected to academia as well. A lot of our research capacity is sitting with the academia, right? Whether it's the IITs and the NITs here or outside with the Harvards and the Princetons of the world. It's important to stay connected with the academia, because when I talk to a third year and fourth year engineering student, the amount of promise they bring is phenomenal. Like a couple of days back, we had a conference within my company, and there was a 21-year-old, right? I mean, I would call him a kid, given I am a dinosaur at my age. When I looked at him and the kind of talk he did, and he had basically built an agentic solution which will give him anything to do with agentic AI news feeds around the world, with his preferences baked in to his email or his inbox on a day-to-day basis, and he can look at it, he can curate it. And I thought that, that's the next generation which is already in action. I don't know about AI in action. Our next generation is already in action. They know that AI has phenomenal power. They're already using it without realizing they're actually using AI. That's the other part, right? But there's enormous potential, and I think we need to curate that. Academia and startups have a beautiful system, and I think Bangalore, for all of you, I don't know if you guys know, is almost the second or third largest startup ecosystem in the world now, right? Like Silicon Valley in US, Bangalore is a large startup ecosystem. So we need to leverage a lot of that. And the last but not the least is the workforce transformation. I think none of this will come to life unless your talent really goes through that reskilling. I think I heard earlier in the opening that embrace the technology. I think it's going to be super important. I do not think that part is any less importance. It's going to be about three things: work, workforce, workbench. When I say work, any work you do, you'll have to reimagine the work you do. You'll have to reimagine how you're doing it and what is the new ways of doing it. So that is the work part. You have to look at the workforce, which means your people who are doing that work. How are you enabling them to do it better? Are you really enabling with the talent and the skills and the trainings they need? Because if you don't give them the training enablement, you don't bring them all the knowledge, these conferences will only go as far, right? And the third is the workbench, which means the actual tools and the accelerators. If you don't give them a cloud, if you ask a software engineer to be 20% more productive, but you don't give them a licensed enterprise edition for a GitHub Copilot or a Cloud Opus 4.6 or any of these new gizmos and gadgets, he or she will fail. So it's workforce, workbench, that's going to be so important. And I think that's something that we just need to keep very clear in our heads. Towards the end, I will say, we are clearly in an AI era. I don't think I have any doubt. None of you should leave the day with a doubt in your mind that are we in an AI era? We are truly in an AI era. And what is the beauty of it is that it will not be defined by the LLMs, and it will not be defined by the compute capacity. It will be actually defined by the leadership choices you all will make in this room and beyond this room. Where we apply the AI solution, how do we govern, and who benefits from it will be the heart and center of it. That's going to be super important. We also need an AI ecosystem which moves faster, but also earns the trust. Like I said, trust is the currency on this dime. If AI loses trust, all of this will fall flat, right? Innovate boldly, but scale rapidly. That's going to be another key. But it's also going to be important about the future of AI is not something that's happening to us. It is something we are truly accountable for. So all of us will need to take accountability. We cannot come into these conferences, talk about it, deliberate it, and go back to our companies and start working the old way, because then you've not taken leadership, you've not taken accountability for it. So be accountable for what you do. And towards the end, I think I heard about AI jobs. Will AI take my jobs? And I think I always mention this, that AI will not take your job, but somebody who knows AI will take your job. So with that, I come to the end of my thing. I hope this was valuable and interesting for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anupam, for excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Once again, I request a big round of applause for Mr. Anupam. Thank you very much. Now we have a guest of honor, Sri Arvind Kumar. He is Director General, Software Technology part of India. He is working for the promotion of IT, ITES, ESDM industry along with tech startup ecosystem pan-India. Before joining STPI, he was working in TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, since 2004. As advisor in TRAI, he was responsible for formulating policies on broadband, data security, and privacy issues, manufacturing DTH, IPTV, TV broadcasting, and OTT. After having worked since 1997 in the Indian government-run Premier Technology Center, CDOT, in various capacity. He was also worked with International Telecommunication Union on the issues related to migration to next generation network, including OTT, cloud computing, security, and privacy related issues. He holds a MTech degree from IIT. Recently, I met him personally, and I came to know that the recently held AI Impact Summit in India. So STPI was the leading, in fact, he was the leading in the conceptualization and execution of the Associated India AI Impact Expo. He facilitated the showcase of, I think, over 600 startups during the AI Impact. So over to you, Mr. Arvind Kumar ji. We look forward. Yeah.
Good morning. Say good morning. The last minute for the good morning, then you will have good afternoon. MD Accenture, Mr. Anupam Srivastava, Mr. Shibam Saluja, Co-Chair, Haryana State Chapter, phdcci, and Executive Director, Oriental Engineering Works Private Limited. Mr. Satish Dev Jain, Chair, Haryana State Chapter, and Vice Chairman, Indo Auto Private Limited. Deputy Secretary General, phdcci, Mr. Naveen Seth. Other distinguished delegates of the dais, friends. It's really, I'm delighted to be part of this very important summit on AI in action, India Summit 2026. I will focus on three things. One, how government is in action for AI, because the summit is on AI in action. So first is how the government is in action for AI. The second is where the new innovations are going, what are the new changes we can see because of AI. And the third, how the STPI, those who are not familiar with STPI, how a little we are contributing to this whole innovation in the country. So focus is on three things only. So how the government is in action, let us have some numbers. Numbers speaks better. Government has created a AI mission, which is more than 10,000 crore budget for this one. And government is providing GPUs on subsidized rate to all innovators. As somebody says, 1/3 of the cost of what is average cost in the globally. These GPUs, we have already, government has taken more than 48,000 GPUs are already working with the government system, which is being used by the innovators. We have planned to go for 1 lakhs GPUs by the end of 2026. Government is going to create 600 data and AI labs for learning of the innovators and for creating some innovation out of AI. Government has also created under AI mission, it's called AI course, where systematic structured data sets are available. More than 7,000 data structures are available as of now. There is a future skill initiatives which is planned to train more than 1 billion learners. These are the government's plan, and recently government has also done, MIT has done Global AI Impact Summit, which was 4th in series because this is a global summit. First happened in UK, then it was in Seoul. Third one was in Paris, which was, theme was action in AI, and the fourth was in India, which was impact. So after action, we were looking at impact. Now I think impact and action goes together. So first you have to take the action, then some impact will come, then you have to take again action. So this summit is at very right time. Government has done impact summit, now some action is required. So this is what is expected from chambers like PhD chambers who are basically to propagate government policies, government actions. So this summit is very much on time and to look the action which is required to be taken care by the government. This summit was very, I must say, very successful summit in the sense that the beginning we were thinking how to bring the people to the summit, and the last we were not able to manage the people. So more than 5 lakh people in any technical summit. We started that as a technical summit, but it has become the completely public summit. So everybody wanted to attend. It has become like Kumbh Mela. You don't know whether it will come in after 12 years or some Pandit used to say it will 12 into 12, so 140 years. This Kumbh will come only in the 144 years. So we were able to create that, that sensitization to the people that how AI is important. And yesterday I was in one of the summit. You will not believe it, but there are 4 secretaries was in the panel. That shows how the government is now working to take this advantage of AI to our country. 4 secretaries were in the first summit, first inaugural session, and then 4 impaneled secretary was in the next. So I was a part of that panel. So the way government, all department is participating, and the way this Global AI Impact Summit attended by senior government officials, almost all secretary were there, chief ministers were there, state government chief secretary were there, secretary ITs were there, and they were all looking what the solution which they can get from this summit and they can implement in their department. So thought process has changed. It was not only the expo, It was how to get some solution, how to see a solution, how to meet the innovators, who has some solution which can solve my problem. Whether somebody from Commissioner for Municipal Corporation or somebody working with the Revenue Department, stamp duty, somebody who's working with land records, everybody is looking how this AI can solve my problem. So this whole mindset of the government is changing because of the number of intervention by the government. Now, so this was the first part, how the government is, in fact, we are looking at 1.7 trillion contribution of AI by 2047 when we will become the developed countries. Second part, which is how the whole things are changing after AI, how the innovations landscapes are changing. Before 2016, there was hardly any startup concept, startup ecosystem in our country. There may be some few startups, maybe in Gurgaon, some maybe in Bangalore, maybe one or two in Pune. But there was no general, nobody thinks in terms of a startup, creating of a startup, creating some innovation. There are once you did the BTech, either in mechanical engineering or electronics engineer, you only think two things, either you are in government job or you are in the private job. That's it. There is no, even if you have some idea in your mind, you have to go to some company and implement it. You can't even think of that you can create your own company because there is no support, there is no ecosystem there. But since 2016 to 2021, since we are new in the startup ecosystem, we can't take the risk, and therefore all startups or innovators are working, which is low-hanging fruits, which means they are working some internet consumers type of the startups, some on SaaS, some on fintech, where you just create something, acquire some customer, get the valuation, get the money, become the good startup, and become the serial entrepreneurship. This is how the whole startup ecosystem, and on that very startup ecosystem, we have become third largest ecosystem. We have created more than 100 unicorns. We have created now 2 lakhs, more than 2 lakhs startups are registered with DPIT. These are number we got because it's a low-hanging fruit. Everybody came to that, and they have created good startups, good ecosystem. But advantage of that has become that now we understand what is the startup, how to get the valuation, how to go to the investors, how to go to the outside the investors to say that this is my innovation and this requires something from your side. Now this after 22, the big change, now startup is thinking in terms of how to create a startup which is in deep tech. Now it is not the game of scale and speed. It is game of sustainability. It is not game of getting pre-revenue and getting the valuation. It is now you have to show how you are going to create the revenue, how you are going to create the profit. So the game from this was the phase 1 of the startup ecosystem. This is the phase 2 of the startup. Why I'm talking about the startup? This is AI Summit. Why I'm talking about the startup? In fact, whenever new technology comes, this is startup who takes the lead. There could be many members of the PhD chambers, industry member. They will not do anything on AI unless some people will come, they will disrupt the sector. So there's a whole responsibility of adopting the new technology, introducing the new technology in the country. This whole responsibility goes to startups, to new companies. I have seen when I was in the telecom, this 3-4 big giant, like maybe at that time there is Vodafone, Idea, Airtel, everybody was selling 1 gigabytes for a month for 255 rupees. This tariff was 4 years continuously. Nobody thought about that, how to reduce the tariff. 255 plus GST, if I remember, service tax, 278 rupees. I have paid 270 rupees for 1 gigabyte in a month for 4 years continuously. There's no change in the tariff. And they were all collaborating. Nobody saying 254. Everybody was, when the disruption comes of the Jio came, they said 3 months, no data. Then those giants who were sitting since last 4 and 5 years, 2010 we have given the spectrum of 4G to almost all telecom service providers. Since 2010 to 2016, they were sitting on the spectrum. Nobody is implemented 4G or 5G in this country. There's a Jio who came and he say, yes, I can implement and I can give the data 1 GB per day on this rate, then only competition came. So this same things, this technology repeats. When the internet came, if I remember, technology came, computer came, these all big banks, their computer system were sitting idle on their seat, they were not using it. versions were changing. When the new banks came, when the first time ICICI Bank came, and they have given the checkbook, which was before we would sign, there was a name, it was a big revolution. A small change, same checkbook. But everybody says, yes, there is a change. So change can only be done by the new companies, and therefore, as a PhD chambers or anybody who is sitting here, they should focus on how the startups are going to do the next in the AI. Don't expect big companies to change. They were just looking what investment I have made, how the ROI will get from the existing investment. This is what the innovation does not take place. If you want to see innovation in this country, you must change the landscape, which can be changed only through startups, only through new companies. It's very difficult. I mean, today if you see any banks, just by saying the name, not I'm doing marketing, you see the IDFC First Bank app. It is far, far better than any new bank. Because they have digitally first bank. Everything has been done digitally. Tomorrow, a new bank comes, which is AI first, that will show the product which nobody can think of. In any of the industry, this is how the disruption happens, and only disruption can bring the new technologies in the country. So therefore we have a lot of opportunity. This is not that AI has technology promises, AI has a lot of business promises for the country like India. We have got a lot of things. Y2K problem came. This is India which lead to the world. When IT/ITES services came, today we have $200 billion US export from the IT/ITES services, because we have the required resources, we have the required talent. Same is true with the AI. What is required by AI? Talent. We have good talent. What is required for the AI? We have data. We have created digital public infrastructure, which is best in the world. We have 1.4 billion people who can create any sort of the data. We have data, we have logical mind to create the algorithms, and computing device everywhere available. And government is providing, government democratize this model of democratizing GPU. Everybody in the world is thinking, how do you create this model? Everybody wants to copy this model from our country. Everybody wants to copy our model of biometric attendance system. Everybody wants to copy our DPI model. This is how we have created the model. We have proven that, yes, we can do. And this is the kind of the mindset we have. And therefore, this is opportunity for all of us. This is opportunity for our innovators, that now AI is a new game. We have to lead this world. We have to lead this world from the front. People have trust in us. People have looking for towards us. We should do something which we have not able to do till now. Now AI has given a new opportunity to all of us. We should, I think, do something better along with the investors. So therefore, what I was talking about, that now what is the new landscape after 21, which is from 22, now it is about the deep tech. When I say deep tech, there are many things, and AI is like a tool for those deep tech startups. Today, new trend is about semiconductor design and electronics. This is one thing, field which we must do it, and the government has a lot of funds for semiconductor designs, fab labs. We have created more than 10 good labs. And second is manufacturing. So next sector which is going to change the whole landscape of this country is the manufacturing. And third is, now what we should immediately focus is our strategic sector. The kind of geopolitical situation we have, we must focus a strategic sector. That could be space tech, it could be defense tech, or it could be any other sector where we have dependency on the import, whether it's technology or whether it is services. And as an investor, you should also emphasize, you should also focus on those companies which has more than 100 patents, which have become the part of the global supply chain, which is working how to reduce the carbon intensity, which is how to reduce your dependency on the import. I think this, as an investor, we should also focus on that. What we still feel that even today, we have third largest ecosystem in the country. We have more than 100 unicorns. We now shifting from consumer internet to deep tech, but still I think we need more and more contribution from the industry. This is how the government is coming forward for adoption of the new technology, but I think we have more expectation from the industry, existing industry. They should also come forward. They should give problem statement to our startup. They are hungry for that. They have a lot of appetite to do just problem statement. run a hackathon. You can run a hackathon with STPI, you can run a hackathon with so many number of organizations who's working with startup. You run a hackathon, they will solve the problem for you. And this is what the industry should do it. This is the second part. The third is, which is on STPI. As STPI, those who are not familiar with STPI, we have established in 1991. Today we have 70 centers across the country. 62 centers are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. We are very much integral part of ministry to have the inclusive innovation, inclusive growth from the country. These 62 centers are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Now, apart from these 70 centers, we have also 24 centers of entrepreneurship across the country. And these centers are domain specific, like one center at Gurgaon, we have on blockchain. Similarly, we have center on MedTech at Lucknow. We have on automation at Pune. We have on FinTech at Chennai and Gandhinagar. We have 24 domain specific centers. So any industry who wants to solve any of their problem, they want to contribute to this startup ecosystem, they want to become the part of the growth story of this country, let us start with some hackathon, let us start with some problem statement, let the startups hungriness should go along with you, let them do something for you, let them do something for the industry, let them do something for the country. That's what I'm expecting. We are supporting more than 1,800 startups in this country. All are tech startups. We are running multiple funds also. We are having a scheme where we provide 25 lakh rupees seed fund to the startups. All Center of Entrepreneurship provide 360-degree support to the startup, either in terms of mentoring, or in terms of exhibitions, participation, exhibition, global reach, or any support they require. So now industry should come forward to become the mentors of those startups which is working in some field, and you should also start giving problem statement to them so that they can work on that. With this, thank you very much. I think there are a lot of good agenda items which has good sessions also, so I'm not talking about that because I'm not a technical person, so I can't talk about this building AI trusted. I'm sure this session will be very enriching and will good some recommendations to the government, to STPI, on that we can work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we look forward for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and STPI is contributing in that. And we may not be dependent upon the US data centers coming into India, and lot of investments are coming into India, 20 billion, 10 million, lot of companies has promised. But with the solutions, we are looking forward for so many problems also, like the energy uses, water uses. And I've heard somewhere that Elon Musk said that we have to set up data center in this space. So I think we are looking forward for that in coming future. Thank you so much for your address, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request my colleague to please felicitate the guest.
Thank you so much, Rakesh ji. So I shall request Haryana State Chapter Chair, Event Chair, to kindly come forward to felicitate our guest of honor. May I request Shivam ji also to kindly come forward. So I shall request Arvind sir to kindly come forward. Rakesh ji, you also please join. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I shall request Anupam sir, kindly come forward, please. A big round for felicitations. Thank you so much. So now we shall be moving to the next session, and so we have a session on building a trusted, resilient ecosystem, governance infrastructure and DPI. So may I request the next panel to kindly come forward. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time, ji. Session 1. Harjeet sir, you kindly be there on the panel, please. So we also have a vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks. I just forgot, sorry sir. Shivamji, I would request you to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks also for this.
Mr. Arvind Kumarji, DG STPI, Mr. Anupam Srivastav, MD Accenture, Mr. Harjeet Singh, Group Chair and CEO, Cerebrant and Adventure, Mr. Satish Dev Jain, Chair, Haryana State Chapter, phdcci, and Vice Chairman, Indo Autotech Limited, and Mr. Rajesh Sangrai. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, distinguished speakers, and panelists for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives. This has been an amazing beginning to this summit. I would also like to sincerely thank all our delegates and participants for your enthusiastic presence and active engagement. Your participation will surely make this summit a more vibrant platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge exchange. A special note of appreciation goes to the organizing committee members, event partners, and sponsors for the continued support in making this summit a success. Your commitment to fostering innovation and industry growth is deeply valued. I would like to express my gratitude to the leadership and team of phdcci for their dedicated efforts in conceptualizing and organizing this impactful event. Behind every successful summit is a team that works tirelessly, and today is a testament to their commitment and excellence. As we conclude the inaugural session, I'm confident that we shall be having a fruitful discussion throughout the day, touching upon all important aspects of AI, and we should take the maximum benefit out of it. With this, I once again thank each and every one of you for being here and for being a part of the summit and for contributing to its success. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you, Shivam. I think now we move on to our next session. We invite the speaker on the stage for the next session, Ms. Suchita Gaur. She is Director of Engineering and AI Programs at SAP. I request my colleague to please change the dais arrangement. Yeah. And Mr. Harjeet Singh, please come on stage, Group Chair and CEO, Cerebrant. Mr. Alok Agarwal, Co-founder, AI for India. Mr. Manas Pandey, CEO, MS Risk Tech Solutions. So I request Mr. Gurdarshan to please take it forward from here.
So Suchita Gaurji, so she is the Director of Engineering and AI Programs at SAP. So she'll be the session moderator for this session. So with this, I'll hand it over to Suchita ma'am. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Gurdarshan. You all can hear me well? Yes. Hi, everyone. All right, so we've been hearing a lot. I think a lot has been already said. So let's directly jump in. And yes, we have been really reeling under the euphoria of the AI Impact Summit already. So what a perfect time to probably dig deeper into. So the theme that we have for this panel discussion, as you see also on the screen, is about trust and resilience into the AI ecosystem. And we've heard already, I think, AI is no longer a technology. Harjeet sir already talked about it. It's more of becoming a national infrastructure. And as enterprises deploy AI on scale, the question is not just what AI can do, but how can we build AI systems that people trust? Yeah. With that, I am delighted to join three distinguished leaders on the panel today. With us, we have Harjeet Singh. We've already, I think, heard from him. We've already covered, Harjeet sir, a few things. He's the group CEO and group chair for Cerebrand Group and also the chair for this event. We already heard his introduction. We have with us Mr. Alok Agarwal. Alok is co-founder of AI for India, and he's earlier been a board member at Prasar Bharati, CEO at Z Media and Network 18, among other roles. For those who don't know, AI for India is a stakeholder body for the AI ecosystem in India, engaged in multiple initiatives. We have Mr. Manas Pandey. He's an AI-powered business strategist and CEO of MS Risk Tech Solutions. With 25 plus years of experience, he specializes in AI governance, risk intelligence, and business transformations. So welcome on board, dear leaders. We've been hearing, yes, a lot of talk. Let's start light, very quickly. First, probably to the panelists, and then I'll come to you guys. Very, very quickly, gentlemen, what was your first real wow moment with AI? You can have the mic, sir.
So according to me, while everybody believes that the ChatGPT launch in November 22 was the first big wow moment, but a few months before that, 7 to 8 months before that, February of 22, is when something called Midjourney and DALL-E came out, where you could put in a prompt and generate an image. So the wow movement actually started beginning of 22 and not with ChatGPT. And then since then, we all know what has happened.
My wow moment was slightly different. It was not about when we started using, I've been in the AI space for almost 15, 20 years, been working on different aspects of AI and AI solutions. My wow moment really happened when we had successful POCs, but we were like probably too successful in the sense that all of the things that we were building were successful in their own individual silo. And when the time came to get that POC to production, the customer simply said, we don't trust the AI enough. So it was a wow in the opposite sense that, in spite of building technology, we still haven't built trust. So that was the one for me, I guess. And it's happened a number of times over the past 2 years. So I'm still wowed by it, though.
Manas?
Yeah, my wow moment, I would say, was the first time was during the COVID time when we were experimenting with AI models, a use case for the health tech. We were able to do something, figure out how can we use an AI for solving the health issues. Then that was my real wow moment, I would say.
Thank you. Let's move to the audience. I'll flip the question a bit. We'll have to grab everyone's attention here. So let's have a show of hands. How many of you, see AI as an opportunity? So there are a few who do not see it as an opportunity. Yeah. All right. So how many of you see AI as a risk? Yeah, I think many of you, and I would say many of you who see both as an opportunity and a risk. Probably, I'm not sure if we'll pass mics to the audience, but let's look at it later. So, as we saw, we're hearing a mix of, concerns as well as opportunities that you as audience see. And so one thing is clear, AI adoption will only scale if trust scales with it. So let's deep dive into that topic and a critical topic of governance first. So, we know the potential of AI is exciting, but we also know that there are concerns, as many of you also raised hands. So how do we build that trust and governance into AI from the start and not as an afterthought? So my first question would be to Harjeet, since you're also the group chair, so first question to you. Yeah. So since you lead, Harjeet, a lot of companies, so many of them, and you've seen the pitfalls. You also saw, the feedback that you just talked about, which was not a wow moment for you. So with those learnings and also with what's happening around, what are the, governance frameworks that your companies are building in? How are you taking this ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Shujita. I think when you think of AI, you got to take a step back and look at the kind of framework you use to evaluate the success or failure of an AI initiative. I look at, as an organization, we look at three different elements. One is capability, how good your AI is, what kind of programming you've built, or what kind of models you've built, what kind of tool set you've got. Second is the cost. Some of the speakers, Anupam especially touched on that, where we have unpredictability in cost that became a major factor. And then we were looking at control. How much were you able to control the outcome with AI? And that ultimately led to that statement that I made about that wow element, that in spite of building capability, in spite of building AI agents or some very sophisticated models, we're still not able to trust the AI enough. So what we've done is tried to operationalize AI in the manner where we have all of these three elements being looked at together, and along with that, build a framework which looks at, again, three steps at which you've got, before AI is executed, you've got a policy framework that the AI has to conform to. While it is executing, you have a level of control on it. And after it has finished the job, you have some level of visibility, observability into why some decisions were taken. And we've seen some bit of success in terms of ensuring that you don't have agents which are going rogue. You don't have AI which is where the costs are becoming uncontrollable. So that's just roughly been our framework as a group, as an organization.
Sure, I think, thank you. Harjeet talked about, these frameworks, for example, how can we control fairness, bias, but one thing that even Anupam talked about when he was in his speech was, what should the leadership do? We had a slide on leadership in AI, right? So, how leadership can take decisions, what should the boards and CXOs with the organization, what should they be doing, what mechanisms they should have in place, where they can have reliable monitoring of the AI governance, but also balancing the risks and the innovation, So on those terms, Manas, since you have a company who deals with this,
Yeah, I'll share my experience on this, is that, see, when we are looking at AI, the two terms which comes to mind, the first one is a shadow AI and a siloed governance. By these two terms, shadow AI, I mean that this is being used, unsupervised usage of AI systems across the departments. Everybody is using it rampantly without knowing the outcomes might be affecting a particular group, there could be a data privacy breaches, many issues could be there. There is nobody who is surpassing our internal control. This we call it a shadow AI. Secondly, we do not have a structured governance around. What we have is a siloed governance. This means you do not have something like a chief AI officer or a AI committee to look after it, or a well-defined process or procedures of charter. This needs to come, it has to be a top-down process. From the CX or the board level, there has to be a commitment, an intent, what you stand for. How do you look at the AI? I mean, are you in favor of a responsible, safe, trustworthy AI usage? To achieve this outcome, do you have a policy and frameworks, controls, and regular monitoring in place? So my view is, yes, adoption rate is high, but the governance part, there is a lag, and this is where the entire AI ecosystem of the people the startups especially, in fact, the government also, I would say, we need to look at this. How do we govern this? I mean, if tomorrow there is an outcome, AI outcome, as the CEO, how do you defend it? Is it explainable? How do you prove it? I mean, these are the issues. Yes, it has to be from top down.
Sure, thank you, Manas. But one thing that comes to our mind is, I think many of you might be from small industries here, trying to, infuse AI into your enterprises, into your processes. And here we are talking about governance, guardrails, and you think, hey, how am I supposed to deliver? If there are so many guardrails, things slow down for me, right? So a question to you, Alok, at grassroots level innovation for our startups, for our MSMEs especially, or small industry especially, how do we allow them to experiment? How do we allow them to learn and scale without being constrained by all these, regulatory systems? What maybe sandboxes, what do you suggest?
I think regulatory issues, etc., come later. The first thing is creating the right use cases. Now, AI is a technology developed by people who are good with technology, right? Mathematicians, scientists, etc., who have gone and developed this technology with their outside view and perspective of how to build intelligence for systems to use. But they don't have the domain knowledge. They don't have the industry knowledge, which only the industry or domain experts can bring in. And therefore, what people forget is even digital systems. SAP is a great example of a company which spends 1 year in understanding a company's operations and 1 month in deploying a software solution, building and deploying the numbers could be different, but they spend a lot of time in trying to understand a customer. In AI, it's going to be even more so, because there is not too much new software that you are writing. But you need very deep understanding of not just the processes, but in this case, because you're building intelligence, therefore, what is the persona, right? Who is the person who is doing that job and what kind of decisions they're making, so that you can then start passing that on to individuals who are doing it. Now, therefore, I think it is important for everybody, any industry, to understand that if it's today at least, it's very hard to buy and deploy an off-the-shelf AI solution. You have to work with an AI company, and there are so many of them who are offering open source models, etc., to sit and work with these companies where you have to give them your domain knowledge and your data, because AI will eventually work very well if it is provided with the right kind of data. Now, here I want to make one point, which is that industry, especially in India, is primarily driven by cost cutting, right? So can I use this technology to cut my cost? And the first, this thing, because that's the hype everywhere, that it can reduce jobs. So CEOs are thinking, saying, okay, how can I reduce 10% jobs? It will cut my wage bill. But that is the wrong way of looking at the transformative power of AI technology. In fact, just yesterday, Jensen Huang at some interview said that CEOs who are using AI to reduce jobs have no imagination. Really imaginative CEOs are the ones who will use it to enhance productivity, right? So we have to look at our use cases as how can it enhance productivity? How can deployment of AI make us good in areas we are not good at? How can it reduce friction in my various aspects of the organization? How can I do R&D better? We have the lowest R&D spends in industry in India, or from anywhere in the world, at least the larger economies. We are very poor at consumer experiences. There are hardly any brands. There are no global brands from India. Even within India, all the big brands are all foreign brands. These are things that if you put as our perspective, saying that is what will add value and more profit. So that's the kind of use cases and problem statements we pose, work along with companies to build the right solutions.
Thank you, Alok. I think, yes, you help us think about the use cases, the real problems, that we could solve. Let's get into an India thing which we all Indians love. We take pride in saying our DPI, you know, our digital public infrastructure, the likes of the India stack that we use, the Paytms, and, you know, all our DPI. And Harjeet, you talked about this, about, you know, DPI as, you know, not just, you know, for transactions, but for decisions, if I'm right, that is what you said. So would you want to add more to it also, combined with, you know, what are the safeguards? How can we put citizen trust? Because ultimately it's India's data, it is citizens' data, you know. So what do you have to say about that angle of DPI?
So I'm going to take a step back, Shuchita, if you allow. When I look at safeguards and I look at governance, I look at it from two different perspectives. One is an organizational perspective. What can I do in my company today which enables safe and secure implementation of AI? And then there is the public infrastructure which actually supports that, enables that. From an organizational perspective, Manas brought out some very good points there. Alokji also did that. I think we need to realize that governance within AI governance within the organization is not a policy issue. You can have policies, guidelines, you can frame as many guidelines as you want. If that is not implemented at runtime, when the actual execution is happening, all you've got is documentation. I don't call that governance. So what you need is implementation of those policies at runtime in what we call as programmable trust, where you are bringing in the elements of control at all three phases I laid out earlier. Before execution, conformance to policies; during execution, control; post-execution, auditability or observability into why that decision was taken. Now, when you look at an organization doing all of this, it needs to function within an ecosystem, which comes in because of, with the regulations that the government has put together, with the infrastructure it has put together. So when I talk of DPI, in the conventional sense in India, we are looking at DPI that was implemented for transactions. You wanted to do a UPI transaction, you needed identity, you needed you know, this person's details, and that was all there. But now you are going to have to create DPI for decisions, which is what AI is enabling. It is taking decisions which are impacting your organization. So the government then has to step in and create that kind of a policy guardrail, where the industry then comes in and creates innovation. So it's kind of an interplay between what you do at the organizational level and what happens at the environment level.
Very valid, I think. We'll come to you, Manas, but before that, just you know, expanding this, Alok. Since we are talking about DPI and since we are talking about public-private partnership that Harjeet just touched upon, so anything you want to add on the sovereign AI capabilities? I mean, should we rely on global technology, ecosystems, partnerships, or should we probably invest more in sovereign AI capabilities?
So I think there is no single answer. It's a combination of all this, and Harjeet has very well covered the perspective of DPI, and with AI, you know, it's the angle of intelligence which needs to be offered as this. In India, the effort has always been, the government's effort has been that any new technology we use should be able to diffuse down to the lower strata so that we can include everyone in the regular day-to-day services. So DPI, I think a lot of people think DPI is only India stack and the UPI stack, etc. But that's just the starting point. So there are more goods and services that we can offer under DPI is just a way of thinking, right? So that is what is going to be important going forward. The very interesting aspect of AI is that because we have this large language diversity, so that's one of the things which can be bridged through AI. And that's therefore the first effort by the government as well. Government started the Bhashani project, Sarvam, which was funded by government, and even Bharat Jain, which is funded by a very large amount by the government, are primarily focusing on the language problem. They're offering their solutions in 22 Indian languages with voice first, etc. Because our digital adoption, despite all the hype, is still low. You know, in terms of commerce, not more than 100 million people do e-commerce. Whereas the opportunity to expand is there, the cost is low, but interface is the problem. because it's not available in the languages and through.
Yeah.
So some of those things, we have to think step by step on what are the various aspects and expand DPI.
Very well said, Alok. So, coming, Manas, you were yesterday, I think, talking about a model for Paris or Japan. Which country was it?
EUAI.
Yeah,
EUAI and the
probably.
Singapore fleet I was talking
Yeah,
about.
let's hear about that.
See, actually, the adoption level of what the word is AIMS, that is AI Management System. The countries like EU, especially there had been the forefront on this, EU-AI Act, therein, but whichever firms which are using AI systems, they are graded as the critical one, high grade, high risk, medium risk, and low risk. Now, if there is any party or customer who is aggrieved or he is hurt, if he puts you to the court, or there is, and if you're not able to defend your AI outcome, there is outright penalty. It goes around 15 million euro or something. That is one thing. So they are very strict about the outcome explainability and how the AI results have been done. Similar thing is happening in Singapore FEAT. That is the, which is adopted, in fact, promoted by MAS, the Monetary Authority of Singapore. There, the banks and institutions, for each an outcome they make, it has to abide by the FEAT rules. In India, RBI has done it, what we call it as free, that is the fair, responsible, ethical, entitled AI. But the understanding is low. Adoption by the banks, NBFCs, and the fintech is still low, hanging. The question now, as far as our India is concerned, that yes, we are pushing AI adoption at a very fast scale. In government also, I mean, various departments, they are using it. So the question is, shouldn't we build a sovereign AIMS, a platform? Ultimately, RBI, there are thousands of banks and others which are putting their on quarterly basis the reports to RBI. But shouldn't we have a sovereign AIMS or skip it for a reg AIMS, a regulator AIMS, to look at how these banks are faring on, if they're using AI, how they are doing, are they doing it the right way or not? So the concept of sovereign AIMS is something, yes, we are working on it, and we are trying to develop POC around it.
And when we talk of AIMS, Manas, a quick word about the Raki matrix, because I think there will be many organizations.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Very quickly.
AIMS is just an AI management system wherein that our AI life cycle, right from the input to the model development to the outcome, is the entire process, the entire life cycle is being managed. Platform.
Sure, thank you. I think we've been talking a lot, and we don't know what you want to hear. So can we probably open it up for some time for audience questions, Gurdarshan, if we have time? Yeah, anyone, if you want to, let's make it interactive. Any question to any of the panelists, if you have.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deepak Mendirata, and I run an HR consulting firm, and we are starting a new initiatives of AI trainings. And we've done a soft launch, and taken a few sessions. But the way AI is changing every day, and we did a B2B session planned it for 4 hours to start with. And we didn't expect that it'll go like this. So what happened was, we had created a content wherein the basics of AI, and then what the generative AI, the agentic AI, and some of the magical tools which everybody wants to see. However, in reality, we could not move beyond the prompt engineering or how to give prompts. And they were so interested in that, and the way they used to think, and they used to give prompts, and then we started giving them some acronyms, how to give it. So how do we go about this whole thing? Because we spent more than 5 hours in just the prompt, and the rest of the session we are yet to take. So it's changing every day, and it was amazing to see that a large corporate, which I'm talking about, they had no idea how to basically give prompts. So the adoption looks much higher, but in reality, some of the large corporates are not using it effectively. So how do we go about this whole thing?
No, please go
ahead. You generally latch on to what you see. And Gen AI specifically has been that low-hanging fruit. And if I may just take a moment, I'm dialing back to 2019 when I had a call from somebody working in Johns Hopkins, and they said, we've developed an AI that can predict sepsis in patients in ICUs 6 hours before the first symptoms show. And I said, wow, great. I'd lost my father to sepsis in 2018. I was like, wow, this is the greatest thing you've done. It'll save lives. They said, but we have a problem. Doctors don't trust it. Doctors don't see the algorithm. Doctors don't see how you've taken the decision. Doctors just see that a computer is telling me that this patient is going to go down in the next 6 hours and you should start sepsis protocol right now. But the doctor is not ready to do that. So that's why I said people will generally latch on to what they see. Gen AI brought that value delivery system to everybody's hands. So you are seeing that I'm typing something and it's almost like magic. It is composing answers from me. It is writing letters from me. I receive, applications, leave applications sometimes, which are like 3 pages long. Well, we all deal with that. And that's why people do want, how do I make this little feature work better for me? When we think of AI training, I think people need to realize that AI first has been around for almost 60 years, more. It's not something new we've come out with, and AI is not just Gen AI. AI is so much more. So if we start exposing them to probably some of those use cases, some of the areas where AI they are already using. If you're using Google Maps, if you're using Uber and the differential pricing, you're already using AI. When we start exposing that, these are like the eye-openers I've seen personally. People have been, oh, we've been using AI, we didn't even know that. Google Maps is all AI. I mean, it's been around. You've been using it for the last 15 years, in quite extensively. So it's about exposing them what all is AI capable of, what all branches are there. So when you pass through airports, all your facial recognition that's happening, that's AI. You're being tagged, you're being monitored. All of that is AI. You've got systems which. Just going back to Operation Sindoor, right? None of the drones fell into Indian territory, could do any damage because you had AI predicting where the drones are coming from and what pattern they are following, where to shoot. All AI. We're just not realizing that it's all around us. And so if we see it through that keyhole, we just see Gen AI and we'll ask questions on that. So in your trainings, probably you can actually go in and start exposing to them a little more.
Yeah. I just want to add a few points to that. Recently we published a report on future of employability, and one segment of that report talks about industry, application of AI in industry. And this is the big gap which has emerged, which is that industry wants AI, people to, their employees and the new hires to know AI well, but they don't understand what part of AI, what the AI should do. So I think even before trying to teach people AI within the organization, it's important to understand everybody's specific job roles and what part of that job role can be done by AI going forward and what will be done by the humans, right? Once that is understood, then you start training people saying, okay, this aspect I, kind of depute to the AI, which becomes my subordinate and works along with me. It's not easy to understand this because it's evolving all the time. So then, but you are not bound by the tool, right? You're bound by the overall concept of AI, that these things can be automated and how that should be done and what is it that we can outsource. Prompt engineering, my personal view is overhyped, right? Actually, from my experience, the output doesn't really change much if you have a very well structured. These systems are good enough to understand and deliver the right kind of thing. It's really what you do after it. You have to impart your domain knowledge to edit the outcome. Always verify and customize and humanize the output. That's something which has to be taught to humans, because most people are generating a report and just sending it across, right? Which is the wrong thing. So I think a lot more effort needs to be put in those areas.
I think So you are talking about like you took sessions on Gen AI 4 hours. Okay, what next? Okay, so that you add more value, more intelligence for the audience. So in January, I was in the MDI Gurgaon, was taking as a visiting faculty, taking the session for the mutual funds partners for Reliance Aditya Birla. So 8-hour session. In 4 hours, I tell about everything, how you can understand data, how you can generate the prompts, what next. So next question to yours is, not only telling what prompt is sufficient for the audience, how to generate the prompts. Like there are 3 parts: context, examples, and what kind of results you are looking for. So if you give only the context, a set of answer is generated by the Gen AI prompt. If you give the examples, then a more detailed output will be generated by the Gen AI. If you give like you need these 3 outputs, then the Gen AI prompt will be more intelligent, more concise, and to the point. So that's one point. Another point is
Sir, I may have to interrupt you. I would really recommend if you can have that discussion during lunch, because
no problem.
you know, it's, we are between lunch and our discussion, I'm sure. So the lady in blue, I being a woman, I give you the next chance.
Thank you, thank you. My question is actually to you, ma'am. As a director of AI program at SAP, how do you really balance the dilemma between control versus innovation? Right, that's a lot that we hear. And are there any AI governance frameworks that SAP follows, or if you can touch upon that?
Yeah, and a very valid question, and we face it all the time, Our stakeholders or our customers want the solution next morning. We had Sapphire, we presented a use case, and Anupam is not here, but some of our partners like Accenture, Deloitte, they already had a use case running, to be presented in the next morning, So that's a dilemma. Customers want it at real lightning speed, but as enterprise softwares, as responsible enterprise softwares, Anupam is there. So, you have to, put in those guardrails, because after all, innovation has to be sustainable. Otherwise, it will be just a pilot, it would be just an innovation, and really not scalable if you don't have those guardrails in place. So, and talking about SAP, we have a very strong governance frameworks. We have our own, AI ethics officer. We have our AI ethics policy, which is based on the EU laws, because we're a German company, and also the, all other, laws of the countries who are our customers. So our, portfolio items do not ship until we have passed all the assessment criteria. Yeah. I think the last question for the round.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Sambit Chatterjee, and I was in Hewlett Packard for the last 25 years. Okay, handling large accounts and multi-million accounts. Of late, since last 6 months, I had opened MSME organization of myself, and it's an event management company where I MC, I also do corporate shows and all. So we have all heard that as far as the AI is concerned, that as far as the IT industry is concerned, right, there are goods and bads, and we have to embrace this change. However, in creativity, right, what do you suggest, and what do you feel that will AI play a great role in creativity, or it will just stay at the service level and the IT level industry only?
Who want to take this?
I think it will play a tremendous role in creativity. So creativity has 2 aspects, and I've worked in that field for a long time. It has the idea stage and it has the execution stage. And most great ideas falter at the execution stage, because either the means to execute are not there, whether it is the amount of money to be required or the skills to do it, etc. So human imagination is always the most powerful thing. Right? And now AI will make a lot of that possible. You can start doing more and more execution, but I also parallelly believe that creativity cannot be outsourced to AI. The imagination has to come from the humans. This is something which will start improving the execution.
Very well said.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, I think if you have further questions, the panel will be around. You could interact with them during lunch. Let's, I think, close the round with quick round of closing comments, very quick closing comments from all our panelists.
My only advice, experiment with AI, use it, play around with it. The more you use it, the more you'll learn.
I wouldn't say it's an advice, but a general comment I'd make. We need to create safe space for experimentation. And that safety comes in with control to the lady's question about, innovation and, the control. Control enables us to have, when we implement governance, you implement those controls, it enables us to create safe spaces where experimentation can happen. As Alokji just said, I think that experimentation, that creativity element will only come from that when you try out new things. New combinations emerge. That's what I think you need to do. Do not tie yourself down to a specific way or a specific tool. Think of the business problems first that you're solving, create your outcome map first, then think about, as Anupam said, what AI can do to solve those. So that'll be just.
Thank you. Manas.
I would say responsible AI is the way forward. That's one line. And one thing which I've observed, from my experience, what I've felt is there is a gap between academia and the practice. There's a huge gap. The question which that gentleman asked, in fact, the question was related to more of upskilling. We are we don't get good talents. And the way the things are changing, no company has the time to train, a new grad or somebody, and we want somebody ready, job readiness, job ready people. That is something we are missing. Upskilling is definitely.
Thank you so much. I think, thank you so much, our esteemed panelists, for amazing thoughts, and thank you so much, audience, for the engaging discussions. I think all I can say is, yes, trust is the foundation of AI. All of us, let's embrace AI, but let's embrace it with responsibility. Let's enjoy the process, and let's build amazing products. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think it was very important discussion. And before we move on to next session, so we'll have a small felicitation round. And may I request Satish sir, Shubham sir to kindly come on the stage, please. I shall also request the committee members, Gupta ji from STPI to kindly come on the stage, please. And we also have Vijay Gupta ji from Think Future Technologies. So kindly come on the stage, please, for the felicitation. So may I request Suchita ma'am to kindly come forward, please. Harjeet sir, please come forward, sir. Gupta sir, please come forward. Sir, please. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. I shall request on a memento for Harjeet sir. Yes. Shubham sir and Gupta ji, please join. Sir. Thank you so much. And may I request Alok ji to kindly come forward. You please join, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And may I request Manav ji? Manas ji, please come forward, please. A big hand for the panel, please. Now a group photograph of the panel. Alok ji, please come forward. Sir, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the session 2, the technical session 2, which is again a very important subject, AI frameworks and future of work from technology to talent transformation. And to invite the speakers, may I request Mr. Madhur Arora, Head AI Powered Ad Solutions Google, to kindly come on the stage, please. We also have Mr. Sachin Punyani, AI Lead for Public Sector AWS India. May I request him to kindly come on the stage, please. May I also request Ms. Poonam Masand, Senior Director, Genpact, and Mr. Gaurav Buddhi Raja, Director, Data Science and Advanced Analytics, AI and ML, Digital Strategy and Transformation from Tech Mahindra. May I request them to kindly come on the stage, please. So Madhuji has a total experience of more than 20 years in technology, and he has done his masters from IIT Delhi and is a very learned person from the technology industry. So Madhuji would be the moderator for this particular session. So over to you, Madhurji.
Thank you, Gurdarshan. Hello. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you to phdcci for organizing this amazing session on the most relevant topics in the business world right now, AI and its use for business. My fellow colleagues, Gaurav, Poonam, Sachin, welcome. I'll just quickly read out their biography. You'll know what great experts they are in. On my left, first, Sachin. Sachin is the head of Deep Tech Services with Amazon Web Services. He's a seasoned tech leader, business strategist driving innovation and deep tech services with AWS. His expertise in AI, ML, analytics, and uses technology as a growth catalyst, helping multiple government and industry organizations behind their domain expertise with these transformations to scale new heights. He also evangelizes for quantum computing and working to create industry ecosystem for quantum computing in India. Welcome, Sachin. Poonam Masand is Senior Director for Data Tech AI Consulting at Genpact. Welcome, Poonam. Poonam is a transformation and program leader with over 20 plus years of experience driving enterprise digital AI and platform modernization across global organizations. She has led large-scale transformation programs spanning AI adoption, ERP implementations, automation, and operating model designs across industries including consumer goods, retail, and life sciences. Poonam works closely with CFOs, CIOs, and business leaders to translate emerging technologies into scalable, real-world solutions, delivering measurable business impact. Welcome, Poonam. Gaurav is a dynamic analytics leader with over 21 plus years of experience, spanning strategy, solutioning, consulting, and delivery with data science, AI, Gen AI, automation, and data engineering ecosystems. He's renowned for his ability to blend visionary leadership with hands-on execution. Gaurav has been instrumental in building and scaling advanced analytics practices from the ground up and delivering impactful end-to-end analytics solutions across BFSI, retail, telecom, HR, and pharma domains. Welcome, Gaurav. So with this fantastic expertise and over 80 plus years of experience, tech and business experience in this room, I am happy to open up the debate and discussion about AI and AI frameworks in the industry. So just to kind of spark off the discussion, when you speak about AI framework, I think the most difficult problem statement right now is in terms of business leaders caught between the wind and the ditch in terms of AI is moving at such a high breakneck speed. And everybody is kind of wanting to catch up with the things that are happening in the ecosystem. The large tech leaders, the startups are actually kind of coming up with fantastic new business models, the new changes, the technology, a couple of announcements by a couple of companies, just a couple of blogs, kind of rallies and crashes share price for several companies. It's a game-changing moment. It's a very high upside moment for several people. It is potentially a big business risk for a lot of companies. Everybody needs to change and transform. A lot of people are going to be impacted. A lot of companies are going to be impacted. So the business, the most important question in this room, the elephant in the room is in terms of how do we become AI ready? how do we actually start off the bandwagon, and how do we actually reap the benefits of business benefits of AI. On that context, the AI frameworks come into the picture. Very simply, an AI definition of AI framework is in terms of pre-built library of tools that allows developers to design, train, and reuse AI in an easier manner. Very technical definition, but in simple words, assume or think in terms of a specialized construction kit. Something similar to a prefabs when a building is being created, an ecosystem enablers which you can actually ride on, build on, and kind of compile your AI, first AI kind of tools and services and ride on that bandwagon. With that, with some of these AI frameworks, several of the business organizations, including large ecosystem enterprises, SMEs, can start off their first AI journey, utilize them for building their own business toolkits, and make the leap towards transformations. With that, I will open the floor for my team, my panelists, co-panelists here. Sachin, in your view, what are the most modern and the most relevant AI frameworks that you would have probably seen? And what would you probably in terms of recommend one or two frameworks for this industry to adopt?
Sure, thanks Madhu. See, AI frameworks, Madhu defined in a way, and we do talk about in the technical worlds and how the teams can adopt. But I'll break it down into maybe at different layers. First of all, we are talking about being AI ready. So how should the organizations be ready? So AI frameworks for the organization, and then certainly going to the technical aspect. I do work with a huge number of customers day in, day out, and I've learned like some of them succeeded and some of them actually tried and then they learned and moved ahead. So what actually is the approach that they have taken and then which moves way? And if you see the messaging that you have received from last two sessions, effectively AI is at everyone's hands. And everyone wants to try. This was and which is true, which we all acknowledge. But how do we bring that entire AI to the organization level where people can adopt faster? First at the business level, see, if I just talk about 4 years, 5 years back, we all said that, okay, we have to bring digitization. Then you already had some team which you said that, okay, this is our digital team, this is our IT team. Of course, your business domain teams are there. With AI, because it is proliferated, that central AI team or framework part is missing. So point is, do not think of AI as just a project, think of it as a complete platform that actually is going to power the organization, and the same existing hub and spoke model as we say. So if you have to procure any IT solution today, if you have to build any automation in your OT, in your IT, in your any domain specific HR finance department, you say that, okay, I have an IT department which actually is an expert in taking the call for me. Then the same IT department or same central hub which actually brings that, why can't that be leveraged? So please start enabling from there, because people are using on day-to-day interactions, but how should it come to the business side? Then the choice comes. So now I'll just move that to bit of the technical side. Most of the people that I interact with, they start AI as a POC, as a project, but the challenge arises when you say that, okay, how do I take it to the production? The reason is because everyone started in silos and it did not start from the product. And the way IT teams decided, okay, there are technical frameworks available if you are building application in any technology stack, same way there are agentic frameworks which have come up very fast in last 1-2 years, and now we can say that in 2 years they're mature enough to solve some of the business problems. Your IT team can guide you there. I can take some of the technical names here on the stack as well. There are strands, there is LangChain, there are lots of frameworks. But point is, should business team take the call on that, or should there be hub and spoke on that? So that hub must be created so that it can be adopted in a more structured manner. And if you see some of the messaging that in the previous sessions also came, that there should be guardrails. Only that hub can put the guardrails properly, otherwise there will be loose ends. Second important point, on the adoption side, you have to take a call that should there be a human in the loop or should there be human on the loop? Human in the loop, as we're saying, so we know that some of the tasks AI is doing, so human is just intervening. But then the pace at which AI is moving, do we have processes where we feel that maybe now, maybe 6 months down the line, those processes will be more automated by the AI? So why don't we have our team or our talent already enabled so that they are already on. So we know that it is human driven and human in the loop, or is it AI driven and human on the loop sitting or controlling all that. So it has to come top down. Right now what actually coincidentally has happened is that in the AI world, it has started from ground up. People just got easy access, started doing where they found that, okay, this is my friction area, but not the business organization's friction area. So start from top, try to convert it into an AI platform with the goal, and that top and AI platform will help you decide whether your process actually is going to be a human in loop process or is it going to be a human on the loop process. Now, if we just take it further down on the tech stack, because we started on, there are huge number of frameworks available. And these frameworks, along we know that coding has already been automated. So those frameworks, that central hub team can help you do those experiments faster rather than everyone focusing on that technical part of that. So that's.
Thank you, Sachin. Poonam, in your opinion, what would you recommend? I know everybody in this room would have probably used personal productivity, AI for personal productivity, using various kind of tools. But when an enterprise wants to enter this arena, when they want to become business and AI ready, what do you recommend are the right steps for them to take? Maybe you can take an couple of examples from your experiences.
Yeah, thanks, Madhur. So where we start with the AI journey, we should think beyond the algorithm. We should really think as to what is it that we want to solve. We should look at the outcomes which we need. And it is more linking the AI, the formulation of AI as regards to whatever we can achieve with that particular idea in mind. So we should move beyond the algorithm, but to move really into thinking about why do we need AI, and what business decisions does it solve. So and what do we need for that? So we need good data. We need systems which talk to each other. So many places where I see, or many CIOs whom I talk to, they say we have multiple legacy systems, multiple ERPs. So how do we solve that? One system not talking to each other. So what we need to do is to iron out these things first. So we should start really at the foundation level. And not embed AI into a particular process, because that is not going to give you the outcome, or the desired outcome, and it is not going to really solve your problem. It may solve a temporary problem, fix a problem, but it is not going to actually bring AI into all of your processes. So AI should really start at the foundation layer or on an enterprise level. So from a manufacturing and an MSSP perspective, what we need to do is really think about how to start at the foundation level or at the root level. So we should have good data, and we should try and see how that good data can be converted into converted and be ready for AI deployment. And that is where the deployment is very important, because that is going to test the scale, the governance around it. So, just a simple example I would like to take for a manufacturing company. So, AI can help you do a lot of predictive maintenance. So once you apply predictive maintenance into your processes, so the data from operations, from the machines, go into the AI models, so that AI models can tell you beforehand of any failures which are going to happen. And then the organization actually can predict that, if there is such a failure, what do I do? So it is going to be prepared. So that preparedness is going to come with a successful AI model. So what will happen? So the outcome is really that you will be able to bring down your losses, not let it affect your productivity. So any failures over there, you will have it predicted in advance, so you can work around it and be prepared for it, and your productivity will not be hampered. So that is really the importance of AI starting at an enterprise level and at the foundation layer. So that is what I feel AI is very important to be prepared for it and then deploy it rather than the other way around?
Thank you. Thank you, Poonam. You touched both very important points. I think we'll come back with a little more details on some of these topics. Gaurav,
But I wanted to add what like Poonam and Sachin has mentioned, AI frameworks. I think most of the audience here sitting are very curious or are into the learning phase from the MSME perspective or from their business perspective. So what is AI framework? Why we are here to discuss AI? Don't run behind AI till you don't aware that what is the problem you're going to solve. So before implementation of any AI solution in your organization or in your businesses, first clarify what should be the business problem. Do you need to build the AI from scratch, or do you need to use the existing solution? So 3 questions you have to ask yourself. Is I am a product company? Yes or no? AI product company. If no, then don't build from scratch. Is my problem statement generic in comparison to the already existing problem statement in the market? Yes. If the answer of yourself is yes, use the existing solution. Third question, ask again yourself, is the solution which I'm going to use, or is the problem which I'm going to solve using that solution, is that customizable? If I need to add more KPIs into my existing problem, then will that solution solve that additional problem if I'm use that existing solution in the market? Yes, then use the existing solution. Most important point, before developing or grabbing any AI solution, you have to decide like this is the problem statement. Then do the due diligence of your existing business. Like, are you still running your invoices on paper or tracking your customer using WhatsApp? If yes, then don't use AI. First, you have to establish your basic digitization of your organization, means data layer, okay? First, digitize your data either in Excel or whatever format. If you are not able to do, then don't invest a single penny in your business in the name of AI. Whatever the startup is going to ask that this is my solution, but if your data is not ready, then what you are going to do with that solution that startup or any organization is going to sell you? So you have to set up the data layer, establish your data, clean your data so that it should be ready for the solution to ingest, and then solution will give the output which you can use in your decisions to grow the company, to solve the problem. Now comes in, you decide the business problem. You decide like my data is stabilized, my data layer is ready. Now build the solution, okay, using that data. And again, while building the solution, don't think from a silo perspective. Like what happened in most of the organization, fraud solution is working in silos, churn solution is working in silos, and there are XYZ solution working in silos. This is not going to give you a success, and you cannot able to use that AI, those set of AI solutions till all those solution is going to be integrated. So think that you have to generate the API of each of your solution, which should be integratable along with all these solutions and in your existing workflows. Workflows, I mean, if many organizations use CRM, ERP, okay, you're not able to use that solution, AI solution, in your day-to-day businesses till you integrate those AI solutions in your workflows. Like CRM solution, AI CRM solution should give the insight to the salesperson like, hey, 80% of the chances of this customer is going to be churn, call within 24 hours. This is the AI solution insights once you embed that AI solution in CRM or ERP. If you are not going to embed that solution in your existing workflows, then it is not going to work. Why? Many of the organization in past couple of years ask us to, like, we want to digitize our reports, okay? We digitize their reports in Power BI, Tableau, deployed in cloud. But after 1 year, they are saying that we are not able to see the output, we are not able to see the ROI. Why? Because the people in the organization, they are not even using those dashboards. Why? Because they don't know how to gather the insights from those dashboards. So these AI solutions gather the insights from those dashboards, give you the ready-made insight to you for action, so that you can enhance the business, you can enhance the revenue, you can reduce the cost, or you can solve the problem which you have defined at the first step. Couple of frameworks. Again, which AI solution you need from the AI perspective or AI framework perspective. Couple of, whether you go into the prediction part, you want to predict the forecasting of your sales, whether you are going to forecast your revenue, whether you have to do the optimize. This is one framework. Another, you need an AI solution while doing the interaction with the customer. Then it is a natural language processing AI framework. So basis on the problem, different framework exist, and there are different key components also. So you have to decide from the MSME perspective, small organization perspective, what you want to achieve, what is your current business condition, and then you can decide whether we will need to move ahead with the AI or not.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think fantastic insights in this round. Sachin spoke about think AI as a transformation, not one-time activity, top-down driven and technology. Poonam took it one step ahead in terms of think beyond algorithms. You need to kind of think business, and Gaurav actually kind of broke it down. You need to digitize. You actually need to start from there. You can't just start if you're not a digital organization. If you don't have your data layer ready, it will not fly. You can't do things on that aspect. Building on that, essentially in terms of in this team, in the crowd sitting out here, in the enterprise and the CXO sitting out here, do you believe that some of them who probably have a little bit ahead on the digital journey, maybe some people have, let's say, Tally, people have ERP systems or CRM systems, that is the first step for the companies to kind of get onto the AI bandwagon? Should they start on digitizing from that aspect, or should they probably hop onto the AI journey immediately? Sachin and then Poonam and Gaurav, your thoughts on that. Can you help solve the dilemma on that aspect?
See, I'll answer it this way. I also have access to LLMs, whichever LLM you talk about. You also have access to LLM. What's the difference here? The value that you will derive from that Gen AI, the LLM that we are talking about, is actually based on your data. So if your data platforms are ready, certainly you will derive more value. Are there use cases or friction areas? I use the word usually friction area because where AI is solving your problem is that I was facing some friction in my business process, in my some business area. Can AI solve that? Maybe 90% of that will actually arise from your data only. So data platform kind of is a must. If my AI system is not talking to my ERP, how will it go and get the information and make some kind of design for me, make some kind of recommendation for me? Or that data is there. And data, I just took example of ERP. Data for AI can be more. I can take some real example because that figure out that how to find out friction and what data actually means. ERP certainly we all know. I was just talking to one of my friend and one of my customer there, and when they said that, okay, can you tell me a friction area where the challenges are? They said, no, we are good enough. And just during the lunch, the discussion came, my analytics platform actually is not working for last 2 hours. So I said, what happened here? This is the pain area. Now, the typical scenario, the engineering team actually made regular changes based on the requirement, and the some software changed. And the analytics team, which actually was reading from that software, could not read because the software changed. Now, this is a classic process problem. The classic answer was, okay, you should have an owner, you should have a person sitting there who actually is ensuring that one team's output actually is being consumed by the second team very quickly. For us, the answer was, your data actually is your code here. Can't we have some Gen AI system, some small Gen AI agent, which knows that, okay, the first team has pushed the code or the software for the release, basically release candidate, what you call, and then it automatically takes the code from first repository, takes the code for the second team, and just compares and tells that changes in the one code will break the second. It's a small friction, the problem that you're facing. Just can Gen AI come in? Now, point is, it's again your data, how you're looking at your data. Talking to ERP, certainly that's mandatory. because you won't get the answer. But do not just look that, okay, these are my transactional systems, these are my enterprise system. Data can be anything for GenAI where you face the problem. So data is mandatory.
So, see, we've seen a lot of pilots failing whenever businesses go and, you know, they want to do AI. And nowadays, you know, if you see any small company or you see a big company, the CEO will always have that expectation to, you know, get AI. Even if they don't understand AI, they will say AI layout. So, you know, you really have to think where to start. And most of the companies or organizations think that, you know, you automate one part of your process, or, you know, you bring in one workflow and your AI is done. It is really not like that. It is, you have to build AI into each and every part of your enterprise. So it really needs to start bottoms up. And for doing that, as Sachin rightly said, data is very important. So unless your data talks to each other, your systems talk to each other, whatever AI you do will never fly. So you have to be, you have to start working on the data first. And there is where we see our, you know, master data management coming in. So you have to really clean up your data. You have to ensure that your systems speak to each other, and the data which you pull is not really garbage, because we've all heard garbage in, garbage out. So unless we have a really good data and then you build an algorithm on the top of it, is really what would matter. And as Gaurav rightly said, you have to take that decision whether to buy or build. If you think that bringing in that data or bringing in that AI or that technology is actually going to give you a better customer experience, or your customers will get an end-to-end better experience, then it is good to build. But if you think it is not making so much of a difference to, you know, maybe a little bit of difference to your productivity, or you get some partial benefits out of it, then you need to buy it off the shelf. So that decision is very, very important. And you know, then your small scale pilots will actually go and give you a better outcome. Thanks.
Okay, so from my perspective, like what is data? Like data, or what is AI? AI is equal to data into data quality into data quantity. If any of the parameter is low, then your AI output is going to be impacted in correlation, or you can in proportion to that, two multipliers. Okay, so first thing is data quality and data quantity, which is the most important part. Another thing, you have the data layer, you have the AI, basic AI layer, you decide the problem, you have the governance. Okay, so now think is how you can get the benefit from AI, because it's a 30 days or 60-day process from the small businesses. We deploy the solution, we analyze the solution output, and we retrain the system using the human intervention. Because as many of our speakers has mentioned, human in the loop, human in the lead. Okay, so why human in the lead, or why human in the loop? AI generates the output. Hey, this is the insights, but ultimately decision maker is the human. Okay, and basis on the human intention, a person can reject that output, or edit that output and then use, or completely reject. Basis on that, AI system learns. Okay, so in that 30-day process, you have to understand, I have built the solution, I have deployed the solution, I have retrained the solution, but still there is no output. This has happened most of the times. So there may be three problems you have to understand. Either there is an issue in your data, either there is an issue in your problem statement, or either there is an issue in an evaluation. So you have to think on that, and now you can jump onto the 60-day process. You can give 30 more days to your, because you did the investments in AI, deploy the solution. in those additional 30 days, you can do the due diligence, reiterate the business problem, okay, and then see the data quality issues if there is any, and run that process. Okay, otherwise you cannot able to achieve any of the AI journey in any of the organization, because I have seen this very closely after completion of the POC, and sometimes we scrap the solution and sometimes we successfully deploy the solution. Because in POC, biasness happens, okay, data hallucination happens, but when you run the system in production, then you actually comes to know what is the model accuracy or what is the AI solution accuracy. This is the most important thing from my perspective.
Thank you, Gaurav. And I think we probably narrowed out and started on a very interesting topic in terms of human in the loop. Poonam and Sachin, what is your evaluation in terms of will humans be there till how long, and what are the roles they are expected to play in this AI-driven world?
See, first of all, when people say that, okay, there is challenge of like the negative sentiments that come out, I personally believe they are being little myopic. If I take some analogies, if we do not have flights, then Make My Trip would not have happened. We know that 50 years back, Make My Trip was not there. We now can go to like places, and that a new industry boomed up. But how the work is changing and the challenge, because what we hear right now from the human skilling perspective, and that's probably is creating that negative sentiment, that if you do not know an AI tool and all those stuff. Certainly knowing a tool is good. I know MS Office, I know many more tools I am using, and probably 5 years down the line tools may change, I may be learning new tools. But what AI is doing right now is, we again using the same word, human in the loop or human on the loop. Now the way we work actually is changing, so it's not just about the tools, the learning and skilling has to happen the way we work. So when we start, our mindset starts changing, then suddenly we'll see that actually we are doing a lot more new roles. Many examples I can even immediately say, we all say that, okay, coding is being done automatically. But now are we seeing that if the LLM is writing the code for me, so maybe less number of developers, but most of the developers now automatically will have to elevate to an architectural level, because now everyone has got a team in their hand and they are architects and they can build bigger things now. Only thing is we are saying we have to elevate our thinking here. When we say human in the loop or on the loop, we have to see that this is where top-down decision making has to happen, which includes that how you will bring AI. This is what we're talking about AI framework. It's not just about adopting AI, it's also about making our team ready for that new process framework. Take an example, there may be scenarios where you decide that your process will start working automatically, maybe AI driven, 60-70%, but then you need somebody who actually is proctoring that AI. Now that person, again, same case, somebody is writing the code and that architect is proctoring. Why can't it happen in your own processes? So so elevation is not that how I am using the tool, rather how I am controlling that entire process, and this AI is maybe one more employee or one more team member for me. So we have to think that way. So it's just thinking and mindset change, might take some time, but it again is a top-down responsibility, because easy access of chat is just being myopic, and then, okay, I know that I can write my mail faster. But these silos actually are not cracking the process at a whole. That has to happen from top down. Thanks.
So very interesting discussion here. So I think human is in the loop and on the loop both. I think, see, like we speak about writing prompts. Everybody knows that we have to write prompts to get something out of an AI. So what do? So we are actually setting the expectations or making the decisions of what we want. So we know what we want as an outcome. We would be setting the rules. So I think that is human in the loop, because we are working alongside AI. AI is like, as he rightly said, it's like a team member for us. So it is doing what we should do. It may be doing better or faster than what a human will do, but it will, it will do what we tell AI to do. So definitely human is in the loop. Now, and we all know that AI hallucinates. We know that all the LLM hallucinate. We may not get the right data as well. So as a human in the loop, or we can say human on the loop as well, we need to validate what AI does for us. So at every juncture, we need to see whether what outcome is there, is it correct or not? Does it match to what we require, or what is the end point we set for it? So we work, when AI works for us, like when my team member works for me, I will review the work. Similarly, when AI is working for me, I have to review what it is doing, and what it has done for me till now. And also, human is on the loop, because once after it validates, it also sets the governance. So ethics, governance, trust, which is very important. We want to see if there is any bias which AI is doing. Is it following the ethics? Is there a governance built around it? So human is in the loop and on the loop, both.
Okay, so I'm seeing this human in the loop from three perspectives. In last 2 years, there is a huge panic in the industry. AI is going to kill jobs, and we have seen Amazon has fired X number of employees, TCS has fired 10,000 employees. Okay, now we are giving explanation. Human in the loop is much required, so that panic is going to be cooled down. Okay, but I'm seeing this human in the loop from three perspectives. From the solution perspective, first, problem statements for which we can develop the fully AI-led solutions. No human in the loop is required. Second, AI-led plus human. And third is human-centric. Example of first, completely AI-led solutions, no human in the loop is required. Like, basis on the data we have, okay, there is a banking AI system which creates the alarming flag whether to approve the loan or not in the first go. Okay, that system generates the red flag. My system block that loan immediately, so that this is not going to be approved. And why? Because my AI system is going to explain with a confidence interval from the statistics perspective and from the probability perspective. Confidence intervals gives like, hey, 95% this insight is correct, and I have that confidence of 95%. So no human in the loop is required even to review that case. And probability, like chances of this insights to be correct, is 95% again. Then no human in the loop is required. But in some cases, AI-led plus human. AI generates the output, but human intervention is required definitely. Okay. Third is purely human, means HR sensitive cases where we cannot take help from AI. Human intervention with emotions, face-to-face discussions are required. So yeah, definitely we can automate most of the task where no human in the loop is required to. Most important thing is we have to decide, like if we are doing 50 tasks in our organizations, 20% are judgment hefty tasks and 30% are which regular repetitive tasks. We can automate those 30 tasks automatically using automation and AI, save the efforts. But on 20%, we should use AI plus human in the loop for intelligence decision, so that we can solve the business problem with intelligent decision which enhance our revenue, reduce our cost, and or optimize our cost. So I'm seeing this from 3-4 perspective, human in the loop problem.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think fantastically put out in those three aspects. Maybe I think the next step will be in terms of to get one example each, maybe where the AI deployment happened and you could see customer delight. It'll be great to see some fantastic customer stories here about one of your customer was pleasantly surprised. It'll be good to hear from you. What was the situation? What did you do?
Huge number of examples. So rather, I'll just simply say that don't say that AI is a copy paste. If it works for me, exact same use case will work for you. Maybe even if you copy, still you will have to change it. So it's a very, that's the power that AI has brought in, that you can personalize the use case as well. And to think of the use case, as I said, that find out your friction and you will find out the solution somewhere. I can give huge examples and the friction areas. In the government procurement, you might have been working with many government departments as well. A procurement process is a classical case, the RFP comes out, and we know that now we can write at the RFPs as well. What if that the RFP is published, there are so many pre-qualifications, technical qualifications, and then each person submitting huge number of documents to sustain. This is what RFP usually asks for. And then you have got maybe, just imagine the scale of the problem that 30, 40 people, 30, 40 bids coming with each having 400 pages. Now there is a team of 5, 10 members who actually sits for a month, and then they decide that what is right, what is wrong, what is the anomaly, what should be done. Can't we simply say that this comes up as a package, a zip file or whatever, gets uploaded. Now the software process plus the GenAI process put together actually evaluates and creates the evaluation report and some inputs. It happens actually as soon as the RFP is uploaded, it won't take more than 10-15 minutes, which actually was taking a month earlier. Imagine. I can share one more example which actually did miracle. I can't take the name of the organization. That organization is a pan-India organization and maybe having more than 1,000 inspectors. Inspector, as we say, means people who do the inspections on various locations, plants. It's a very, very large organizations. And these inspectors usually write their report 2-pager, 3-pager, and they upload. It's a massive gold mine, but nobody reads that inspection report. And 2 months, 3 months, 6 months down the line, there is some issue, some cost happens, something goes wrong, then you are spending cost, some accident is happening. Now what we just propose them, as soon as this document is uploaded, it will go through proper, again, the agentic cycle, small, and it will extract relevant information in the structured form, and it will go to the database, and the dashboard will be updated. So those gold mines, which actually were doing nothing, were not being utilized, suddenly they became the dashboard at much, much lesser cost, because processing a 4-page document does not cost anything. So I'm just sharing wherever your friction is. If you see, these are the pain areas. People just shared and we started finding the solution that can we solve it one way or the other. So look at your friction areas. There are huge number of examples around you.
Thank you, Sachin, for accelerating the space of inspection and maybe in terms of compliance in India, very well needed for the society. That is one great benefit. Poonam, over to you. Maybe 1 or 2 customer-related example, that will be great to hear.
In the interest of time, I just want to take one example which everybody knows. I just wanted to speak about some e-commerce companies, or a company like, say, Lenskart. Who would have thought years back that we would, if we need specs, we would not need to go to a spectacle shops or optician, and we can take a spec without even using it or without wearing it. But then, they've come up with such things like it's a 3D try-on, you can actually try, you could, take a camera, take your selfie, and you can try the different models. So AI, if we see, is, so much powerful that it is actually a disruptor. So it creates a new technology, or a new, I would say, a new possibility. So we should look at AI from that angle, that, what can we change? And it's not only a thing which can, which is there and we can use it, but also what we can disrupt. So I think that's the power of AI and technology.
Thank you, Poonam. Gaurav?
So I'm going to share the one real-time examples, because when we deploy AI solutions, ultimate customer question is, what will be the ROI? What will be the savings? So we worked with that customer from the Australian geography, and same solution we have implemented in the US one. And it was a telecom customer, and we deployed that same solution in the supply chain also. So what was the problem in that Australian customer which he has shared? We all use mobile phones, internet connections at home, routers, Jio, Airtel from XYZ vendors. We raise the complaint, hey, my network is not coming, can you get it solved? The call goes to the contact center, agent picks up the phone, agent logs the complaint, okay? But as per the process, okay, SOPs, the agent have to do the troubleshooting over the phone. But with that, in Australian customer, what has happened, immediately when the agent receives the call, he aligns that engineer with that customer, and that engineer visits the customer place and just unplug and plug the cable, internet starts coming. and that problem can be solved over phone through that agent as per the SOPs, standard operating procedures. And one engineer visit to that customer place is $150. And that Australian telecom customer, okay, Telstra, was losing millions of dollars due to this problem. Why? How they have analyzed this problem, that we are wasting the money, or because of intelligence decision which are not taking, we are spending huge money. At the end of the day, that engineer sent a report with the written comments, what that engineer performed when he visited the customer. And they analyze such complaints, did the NLP, natural language processing solution using those comments, and 60-70% of the comments came out like either engineer unplug the cable or plug the cable, or restart the modem. Just that's the action step that engineer has taken. So customer discussed the same problem with us. We analyzed their 4 or 5 years data. 3 solutions which we have deployed last year. And this year we have enhanced that solution with the Gen AI. We developed the prediction model for that customer, which predict in advance whether an engineer deployment is required at the customer site or not. If the probability is more than 80%, then send the engineer. If the probability between 50 to 80%, then align that problem to the quality team so that they should proactively contact the customer, do the troubleshooting over phone, and if the problem can be solved, then solve it over phone and save the engineer cost, okay? And then along with this prediction solution, we optimize that path. If the engineer has been assigned 3 complaints, okay, in that area which is nearby to each other, we optimize that path, that after completion of 1 complaint, what should be the next destination, so that we should meet the TAT of that complaint and cover the minimum distance, so that both should be covered. And this year, what we have implemented speech plus Gen AI. What happened at the end of the day, engineer has to write the comments, okay, in their application, that this activity has been done by the engineer to solve the problem. We add the speech solution where engineer don't need to write on that app, just say, hey, I did this, this, this. Speech get converted into the text, and Gen AI solution rephrase the text so that it should be saved in the report, so that the quality team should analyze and take the actions further. And the similar complaint details with text go to the customer through email, through automated system. So this is how we saved $14 million for that customer for 1 location. And there were 6-7 locations of that customer. So you can imagine the cost which we have saved through this AI Gen AI solution for that customer, approximately $60 million per annum.
Thank you, Gaurav, for sharing that fantastic example. I think we started this journey in this session in terms of trying to understand various AI frameworks and how to prepare for them. It is difficult, not easy to kind of deploy AI, but we ended with some fantastic customer delight. So thank you, panel, for sharing those amazing stories. With that, I would like to open the room for any questions if the audience have. Feel free to ask your questions. Your teams are here.
Yeah, hello everyone. My question is, since data is the backbone of implementing AI, are there any thoughts or tools or tips on how to start digitizing? For example, there are, let's say my organization, for example, there is an ERP system, there's a production scheduling system which is separate, all the consumption is in Excel sheets in its own different silos. The foundry has its own consumption sheet, which is in Excel, which is get done monthly. The store has its own Excel sheet. So it is digitized, but it's not properly digitized. So would you have any experience sharing or something as to how can that be streamlined and not become overwhelming in the sense of trying to figure out how every piece of data, who is using it, where is it going, what is it being used for? Is there some sort of system?
See, that's why we say that it's always good to have a unified data platform that helps you out. But still, if you don't have, don't drop the plan that we won't create the unified data platform. That really adds value. But still, if you don't have, alongside, see, what we all started by saying that it has to, the AI will bring you value when it connects to the data. And the large companies, the IT and the tech stack also knows that this is the known problem. So just start thinking of a user journey where, I just take an example, exact problem that we solved for one of the customer. Think of a user who says, a technician who comes to the office and he says that, okay, what are my tasks assigned today? Now this is one system, maybe internal ticketing system. He just looks at that. Then he says that, can I have, okay, he picks up task 1. It says that, okay, some equipment, XYZ equipment is not working. Then that person says, goes to second system where the information is that, okay, show me the records of that second system. Then maybe he looks at charts or whatever information. Then the third question that comes to mind in his journey is that what has happened in last 2 hours or 4 hours or whatever, so that he can diagnose. Then he says that, can I look at the data sheet or maybe reference manual of that person? Then finally he says that, okay, I have to go to the equipment, I have to just check there. So who is on the shop floor? Just think this is the classic journey. Now, again, think of AI as that standard digitization program that you have this problem and you want your digitization team or the AI team to solve that, AI central team to solve that. What will happen here is I'll just start thinking that, can I have a central chat interface? Maybe my own chat, which actually is connected to different sources. And now it is answered. See, right now what you're doing is, again, in a generic way, you can ask, can you book ticket for me, or can you tell me the weather? Now, ticket booking and weather are two separate systems, but you still can do on the chat. Exactly same can come to your setup as well. N number of systems, one chat. Now, I'm trying to give a solution here, but you should take this to your central AI team. Why I'm saying central AI? Because if you start solving it in silos, it won't happen. Somebody at the central level who has access to all the teams, who has permissions to redefine the processes, can help that. And this is a classic problem we have solved maybe more than 100 times now in last 1 year.
See, there are many systems or softwares which can actually help, talking of the various teams or departments with each other. And that is what you talked about as a uniform model. So, you can go out in the market and you can check. There are many softwares like that who will take data from various sources and will organize them for you, or you can tell them what to do exactly. And there are many observability systems on top of that which will help you in seeing how that various systems work. So yes, there's many more softwares in the market which can help you do that, which can help look at all of the various departments you have and how to integrate those. So you really need an integration system there.
So very simple 3-level architecture. From the architecture perspective, I want to tell you, you have Excels, okay, lying here and there from different departments. We have a ERP system, but you want to use both of them for the meaningful insights which helps you to improvise the revenue or XYZ problem, okay. Simple use APIs of all these three, okay. You can integrate into the data warehouse or data lake. Depending upon your requirement, if you want analytics solution, AI solution, then use data lake, otherwise use data warehouse. Once we use the data warehouse, you can use ready-made GenAI solution which talks to your data and generate the insights. Very simple 3-level architecture to start with. There are many more advanced versions, but very simple, and you can, if you understand AI at a basic level, so you can develop it yourself also, not a problem, because cloud is pay as and use.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question which is sort of a problem with most of the organizations where employees use different AI tools, and they end up sharing documents which are confidential in nature, related to the contracts, related to the pricing and stuff like that. And how do we take care of such cases? I mean, I'm asking from a small organization's perspective that may not have the requisite resources to, sort of protect this sort of thing happening.
Who wants to? Yeah, Sachin, go ahead.
See, I'll take it a little bit. Why are people uploading on the public chat solutions? Because they don't have access to the internal system. Why can't you have your own, as I say, means we know that we are using public system, but now there are products available which can be your own private, I can use the word private GPT of yours, connected to your data sources. When those accesses are there, certainly they will not upload outside because they already have the access to resources. Second point, now the question comes that why will still people not go there and why will they use my internal LLM or my own internal chat system? See, the exact example, the first example that we were talking about, why can't I have that system connected to my email, why can't I have it connected to my internal intranet? So now this system of asking the question related to contract is also giving value of answering my emails or finding. So I give my example in my system, in my organization, I have a system which is actually connected to my mail, which is connected to my intranet and a huge number of internal resources. Now if you write me a mail and ask me, I will go and find in the internet or something. What I do, I simply write a chat that, okay, I got the mail from XYZ person in last 3 days. He's asking for something. Can you find? Now, can you see that this system connected to your sources is giving more value to that person? So what value you pay for subscribing to those public systems, at same cost you get system for your internal setup. So that solves actually, the industry has already solved that problem.
Okay, let's take one last question. Maybe, yeah, please go ahead.
My name's Tarushi and I'm in a consulting firm for BFSI. And a lot of areas that you've touched upon is something that we also get as a question. We're speaking of transformation and inclusion of AI. The real challenge comes in changing the enterprise architecture. Like you've spoken about having a unified architecture, not really have a silo CRM or ERP or something specific. So one, the challenge comes in what's the buy-in? The management maybe, may give the fund to actually go and purchase and have it set up, but the implementation team, there may be certain challenges there to implement or change all of the systems at once. So the business also has a challenge in calculating the ROI for going into the whole transformation phase because business gets impacted if all of the systems get changed at the same time. And second, while you're actually doing that, while we're going towards unified architecture, the data readiness becomes a challenge. You've spoken about the 3-tier architecture, data warehouse or data lake. So how do we really go about solutioning that? How do we sell the unified architecture? How do we ensure data ready architecture?
So once your solution, like I have mentioned, like till you not incorporate the siloed AI solution into your workflow, it is not going to work. Why? You can sell the solution, but organization cannot use. And after 1 year, you cannot retain that customer for another 1 year renewal if you are selling a SaaS solutions. So your architecture of that siloed AI solution should be API driven. So you can integrate that solution into the CRM or ERP, existing ERP, using the API. If you are not able to build that solution, then it is of no use to sell those solutions. You can convince the organization you can sell in for 1 year, but another year it is going to be tough for the renewal, for sure. And we have seen this issue in our organization. When we started this practice in 2017 after CP Gurnani vision, that we have to develop the dedicated COE for analytics, data science, data engineering. We built siloed solutions, okay? We sold that solution, but after 1 year, we developed our own platform, couple of platforms like Seer, Yantra, across domain, across businesses, highly customizable, which can work as a plug and play and API driven. Our solution can sit on top of your ERP and CRM. Using our API, you can integrate. My platform will talk to your data and generate the solutions and generate the output in 3 ways and highly customizable. Like customer sometimes needs only the predicted solution. They don't need the BI solutions. So we can customize that. Our platform will generate the predicted insights, not the dashboards, and you can use that. Sometimes what happens, customers need only data engineering solutions, okay? Then we have that customization also. We will not give the advanced analytics and BI, we only give the data engineering layer. So think from that, your solution should be highly customizable, API driven, then only you can ask customer that, hey, my solution is going to sit in your existing system, no additional investments, highly customizable, then your solution will definitely flow. Otherwise, customer will ask couple of questions, how I can integrate, my data is highly secured, highly customer driven, I cannot share, I cannot give access. So that if you say my solution will sit on top of your existing using API integrated, then it will be a win-win situation from two perspectives. Customer will really use the solution and you can integrate easily and sell that solution for long term.
And your question of how to start is you should have a clean data. So you should first work at your data. So have a good MDM exercise which you do, make the number of reports less, and data should be cohesive. So like you talked about multiple Excel files, you wouldn't even need that Excel files. If you have a business intelligence layer, then it will probably pick up directly from the system. You will not need that Excel files, and it will, if you put some dashboards for analytic tools or giving you some kind of reports, so that data is going to pick directly from the systems and bring it into whatever you wanted to see. So, and you have to define that you want to see X data in such format, and that would be possible, and your need of your Excel would be really replaced. So you would have a direct system generated live information, so it will be real-time information.
And customers nowadays are least interested in seeing the dashboards. In the era of Gen AI, ready to use insights like, hey, 80% churn, call within 24 hours. This is the insight, this is the action. What should be the next best action is the most important thing nowadays after Gen AI. And
real time.
And real time, and if you see, Gen AI era is going to be obsolete soon. Why? If many of us follow this IT startup industry, like one of the ex-chief chief data scientist has established a company, AMI, Advanced Machine Labs, and grabbed a $1.3 billion funding in one day. Why? Every company, whether Google, Microsoft, is running behind developing the Gen AI models. Okay, my Gen AI models is doing this, and they are going to expand that Gen AI models, but that data is going to be obsolete soon. Why? Because that ex-chief data scientist of Meta is going to establish the Gen AI model which thinks like human, okay? They are going to integrate sensors, IoTs in that Gen AI so that intelligence decisions can be taken using those Gen AI, not only the text generation part of that Gen AI. So this is the new upcoming thing in the Gen AI area.
Thank you. You have a question?
So, I run a company in future tech. I'd like to ask a different question. Just focus more on your workforce. You have tremendous number of people. So, how exactly are you getting your workforce moving in direction of AI literacy? Is there some explicit training that you are undertaking, or you are leaving them on their own devices? How is that listening? I think the question is both Poonam and you, Gaurav.
So we have a very organized training system. We have a platform which is called Genome. So we have a lot of data, a lot of really educational information on that. So we have a lot of modules. So everything for AI is just put there, and then it comes in people's scorecards. So everybody has to do particular trainings, and when your session comes at the end of the year, you are actually measured on how well you did. So I have to compulsorily do some X amount of trainings in a particular year. And you know, and for as much as your levels, for the bottom layer to the top layer, you have to compulsorily do sessions. And as far as your role demands, like for me, my team, we have to compulsorily do one particular type of whole session, which could be say, you know, run into months, but we have to complete all the modules for that. And unless we do it, we are, you know, we fall short on that targets. So it comes in our scorecards, and it is a very very intuitive system as well. And on the top of those trainings, which you have to do yourself, there are a lot of sessions where you know, you have guru sessions, where you will have people who understand that. They will, you know, we will set up calls that people join in. Some of them are mandatory, some of them are more as to, you know, what you want to do and what applicability you see. So, you know, we are really augmenting the entire workforce rather than, you know, doing it in silos. It's not like, you know, somebody is using AI, so that person only should do it. It's actually the everybody, because we know that is the way to go. And if you don't learn it, you'll fall. So we, you know, instead of just pushing people away or, you know, letting people go, we are bringing AI into their everyday lives, and we are making sure that they learn it.
What are your thoughts?
This topic is very close to my heart. Like till last year, I used to heading the campus recruitments for our competency, and huge mismatch or misalignment between corporate and campus we have seen. And in last 5 years, I have mentored 10,000 plus students, NITs from IITs. So what we have noticed, okay, and we have changed the strategy twice, seeing which should be aligned our Tech Mahindra strategy. Initially, we have like X margins which we have to maintain, okay. If I hire the resource from like IITs, okay, then cost is going high. Then we have changed the strategy, like we hire from these colleges, from this branch, and specific to this branch, we have the, if this competency. We hired those resources after 4-step process, okay. We gave the 3 months or 6 months of training after curated the specific programs which should be aligned with our customer requirement. Because if you see you should be very well aligned what customer needs nowadays. Otherwise, every program is going to be fail for the workforce enhancement from the skill perspective. In last 3 years, 3 years back, customer was asking about the like simple Python, okay, from the data science perspective. But nowadays, JD is completely changed. Customer is looking for Python, and the person should can write a model, can deploy the model, can understand the Python framework from the whole AI application perspective, from the deployment perspective, not from the data science model development perspective. So we have changed the whole curriculum at our end for the training, and we have divided the workforce. Like I cannot give Power BI, Python, machine learning to all 50 students, okay. So we have divided those competency so that we should aware that if I need to give the upgraded Python or Kafka training, I need to this data engineering group, I need to this machine learning group, so that it will be easier for me to run or enhance that competency and can able to align those competency with the customer requirement.
Thank you for speaking about that very important topic about upskilling for this AI first world. With that, AI is prompting me to call it a session. Thank you so much for being wonderful audience. Thank you so much, Gaurav, Poonam, and Sachin. We'll probably follow up in the bay. I think you can talk about, right? All the panelists will be around in here.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I think we had a fantastic, thoughtful discussion. We couldn't have for a better expertise on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madhurji, Poonam, Gaurav, and Sachin. Thank you so much for such an interesting and engaging session. I think there are a lot of takeaways for all of us. And now, before we conclude, so a small felicitation round. So I shall request the leadership to kindly come on the stage, please. Jayan sir, Shubhamji. Gupta sir from STPI, please come forward, sir. And may I also request Vijayji to kindly come on the stage, please. May I request Madhurji to kindly come forward, please. Satish sir, please join. Shubhamji. Thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. May I request Poonam ma'am to kindly come forward, please. Thank you so much. Gauravji, may I request you to kindly come forward. Thank you so much. And in the last, Sachin Punyani. A group photograph for this session. May I request all of you, Madhurji, Poonam ma'am, kindly come forward. A group photograph. Thank you so much. So we have a lunch break now, and we have a series of speakers lined up after the lunch break. So, so you all are requested to join sharp at 2:30. So we have some, 30, 40 minutes. So maybe by 2:45 we can start again. So we have post-lunch workshops, industry use cases, applications, live demonstrations, and case studies lined up. So very engaging and interesting sessions are lined up. So we can have quick lunch. And for those who are on fast, so we have a Navratri food also inside the hall. And for rest of us, we have the food just outside the hall. So please join for the networking lunch, and request you to all back in the hall at 2:45 sharp. Thank you, Ji. We have our committee member, Mr. Vijay Krishan Gupta Ji. So he is the CEO and director of this company called Think Future Technologies Private Limited. And he's a serial technology entrepreneur with deep experience in building technology products. A computer science graduate from IIT Kanpur. He began his journey with InPage, a window-based desktop publishing solution that enabled advanced typography for non-English languages. He later founded Jewel Mesh, an ERP platform designed specifically for the jewelry industry. With a long-standing interest in applying technology to high-impact domains, he founded Think Future Technologies, a solution company, a technology solution company. Over the past years, he has focused on healthcare innovation, working with a team of techno-medical professionals. He has developed yhealth.me, a connected care platform for longevity and management of chronic conditions such as diabetes, obesity, and other cardiometabolic disorders. So with this, I welcome Vijayji on the stage. So kindly come, and we are very keen and eager to listen to you. A big hand for Vijayji, please.
I guess we'll need more people to come in. But anyway, so first of all, happy Hindi New Year. I don't know how many of you know, yesterday was Hindi New Year. How many of you knew that? Great. So at least 50%. So all this discussion on AI, I go a long time back. 40 years back, we were working on AI. we used to work with a chatbot called Eliza. I don't know if you've heard of that. Any one of you heard of that? Eliza? So Eliza was a chatbot similar to ChatGPT. This I'm talking 40 years back. But it was more like a pattern matching, right? So keyword matching and pattern matching. It never really understood language. It's a moot point whether LLM nowadays understand language, but they definitely do a good job at demonstrating that they understand language. Speaking on AI in action, AI IA is a nice palindrome. Do you guys know what palindrome is? Yeah. So when we started looking for a job after our college, we were asked to write a program or function that given a string will tell you whether it's a palindrome or not. Right? But now with AI, with LLM, with Claude code, I think those days of writing code is soon going to be over. So this particular AI in action, practical applications across industries. This slide covers mostly what I'm going to cover in this particular session. So first, we want to look at what is the AI adoption in India, right? When we started as a company, so again, just to reintroduce myself, I'm Vijay Krishnan Gupta. I run a tech solutions company called Think Future Technologies. So when we went to enterprises and started looking at solutioning for them, 5 years back, as most of our previous speakers have mentioned, it was just pilots, POCs, proof of concepts. But I think over the last 2 years, we have moved to a lot of production scale deployment. And if you look at globally, in terms of AI ML transaction volume, India ranks second only to US. In terms of adoption, I searched the net, I looked at various reports, and there's a consensus that 78% of organizations are using AI. Using is in double quotes because using, they are either using it or they are thinking of using it. So actively thinking of using it. So we are incorporating both of those. And India's adoption effort that way is way above the global average, which is 69%. Some of the industries that have really adopted AI in spectacular fashion. So bank, finance, BFSI, there's almost 70% of banks and financial institutions and insurance companies are utilizing and adopting AI. Technology companies, of course, almost all technology company has some form of AI usage. If it says 60%, but I suspect the figure is much higher. Almost every tech company is going to utilize AI. Healthcare and retail both are around 50%. And manufacturing is kind of struggling, but I think it's going to go up very soon, especially with humanoids, robots, and all those. Some of the key use cases that have been addressed or solved in all these industries. So operations is a big one, which is 63%. Customer service, as you would suspect, is another one which is very high. Marketing is 33%. And then there are other, fraud detection, security, automation, and diagnostics, supply chain optimization. So these are some of the use cases that get addressed using AI techniques. The challenges, as we also heard from our panelists and speakers before me, governance, of course, gaps in governance, analytics, talent is a big gap, right? Talent to be able to create these systems, right? Data readiness, as we discussed, is another big gap. Right? Unless an organization is data ready, it will not be able to make use of AI. Infrastructure, right? Sometimes you may need to run models. So whether you do it on cloud or whether you do your own infrastructure, it's going to cost money, compute, right? Then there are some industries which will have regulatory concerns. Of course, we also discussed need for responsible AI frameworks. Right? But overall, the silver lining is agentic AI is accelerating enterprise automation. So it's that line at the bottom, agentic AI, that is really kicking up adoption and moving it up the curve. So that brings us to the question as to what exactly is agentic AI. I know we hear of agentic AI, and so I'll just run a video. Hopefully it runs.
Fundamental advance in artificial intelligence. We call it agentic AI. Agentic AI basically means that you have an AI that has agency. It can perceive and understand the context of the circumstance. It can reason, very importantly, it can reason about how to answer or how to solve a problem, and it can plan an action. It can plan and take action. It can use tools because it now understands multimodality information. It can go to a website and look at the format of the website, words and videos, maybe even play a video. Learns from what it learns from that website, understands it, and come back and use that information, use that newfound knowledge to do its job.
So this is Henson Wong telling about agentic AI being a fundamental change. And that's one of the reasons why people are so afraid of job losses as compared to earlier technology changes like Industrial Revolution and IT revolution, Internet revolution. Because this time, the technology brings not only, it's not only new technology, but it has agency. It has a decision power of its own. Right? Another way to look at agentic AI is an AI system that takes the decisions and actions to achieve a goal without being told at each step exactly what to do. So if you tell earlier computer programs, we had to tell exactly, the entire coding and the entire algorithm was there encoded. But what if you could just broadly give it a thing you should do, and that's it? So on the left, if you see, I have two examples. I don't know if it's readable, but I'll read it for you. On the mobile, that image, one is, so within our company, we have a platform called Simplify Path. It's basically, I think, what Sachin was mentioning, have a chatbot to your entire operation within the organization. And the employee can ask any questions. It can ask about leave, it can ask about HR policy, it can apply for a leave, it can, all through a chatbot or a WhatsApp, right? So there are two questions here. One is, how many leaves do I have left this year? So the answer comes in a transactional mode. It comes back and says you have 5 leaves left this year. The other question is, from a recruiter or an HR, onboard the new intern joining next Monday. Onboard the new intern joining next Monday. Now this is not specific. You need to know who's the new intern joining. Maybe there are more than one. Next Monday, you need to know the whole process. What are the rules for onboarding an intern? This is where agentic AI comes in. So what the agentic AI would do is, so agentic AI, if you see right at the bottom, there is another definition of agentic AI. It is LLM using tools in a loop. So it's an LLM, and it has tools, and this is used in a loop. That's agentic AI, right? So LLM is required for understanding, for knowing the intent, for understanding the language, for generating language. So that's a whole logic of LLM. It has a general knowledge of what is there on the net. Tools is what is your enterprise-specific knowledge. Context, knowledge, memory, we'll come to all that. But that is what this tool is. So if you see, when welcome meeting is scheduled, so what based on your SOPs of onboarding, how an intern is onboarded, there'll be an SOP. You'll schedule a welcome meeting, which means it'll interact with LLM or to generate an email, send it through Outlook to that particular intern. So there are two tools used, LLM as well as a Outlook Express. It'll create a profile in the HR management system. So you'll go to your HR management system, again LLM in some ways to break up the, the different fields and then store it in HR management system. It'll probably fire email to IT to prepare a laptop for a specific laptop based on the profile of the intern, right? So it may need to set up Slack access, it may need to set up system access, right? It may need to order a laptop, it may need to go to the admin, order an ID card. So this is a flow of an agentic AI system. You able to hear me properly, right? No, okay, I have to come near this. Yeah, that'll be great. I'm shattering to that corner. Okay. Hello. Better? All right. So if you see the characteristics of agentic AI, it has a goal. So it's goal oriented. The goal here was onboard an intern. There's a multi-step reasoning attached to it. And it will take a decision on its own. So multi-step, you see 4 steps, and then each step is going to say, okay, send an email, put this in HRMS, and it has access to tool, knowledge, memory. So knowledge is your complete HR system, which is in documents, PDFs, whatever. Tools is access to Gmail or Outlook or Slack, right? Subscription to LLM, that is also a tool, right? And memory. Memory is, we can get more later on, but memory is something that it learns. Like, if it makes a mistake, you say, no, this is how it should be done. So that's part of memory. So this is agentic AI. And this is what is fueling bigger, I would say, huge adoption of AI within enterprise. So what's a typical use case matrix? How do you decide what use cases to pick within an enterprise? So I've plotted complexity and precision. So again, I'll repeat, LLM is very indeterminate, same as AI is indeterminate. If you see low down, below the hood, it's all probability, right? So if you plot these two, complexity of an application, complexity can be, supposing I have 1,000 PDF document, I need to search for something. That's kind of complex if some human being want to do it, right? And low precision, it doesn't matter if, if it makes a mistake once in a while, right? So those are what are we label as quickest wins when you are initiating your journey on an AI system, especially agentic AI system. So look for tasks which are highly complex, but requires low precision. High complexity, high precision would require much more architecture around it, more cost, more compute. So, and we can kind of do it at the phase 2 or the phase 3 level, right? So with that, once you are armed with that knowledge, that this is what I need to look at, these are some of the potential use cases which are already being addressed in enterprises. These are very horizontal. These probably do not have any that much domain-specific knowledge. Like customer support service is almost everybody has an autonomous bot which understands the intent of the user query. Based on the intent, it says, okay, you ordered this has to be refunded, and so on and so forth. So that's a customer support and service. It can also call in a human agent if required, if the query is very complex. Similarly in sales, based on the marketing data that you have, which leads are appropriate, which leads are potentially viable. It can understand the profile of the person through LinkedIn. It can formulate an email based on his profile and what you're going to offer and send a mail out. So those are kind of sales and lead qualification kind of use case. IT operations, there is a ticket somebody's laptop needs to be repaired. Already there is a policy what needs, if broken by employee, broken by, by accident, how old the thing, all those details are there. The agent can, the AI can ship it to the relevant repair shop or ask it to be shipped and take care. Supply chain logistics is very apt. Inventory, predictive analysis in terms of when the inventory will go below the threshold level, when you need to reorder it, right? Whom all vendors to interact with, look at the negotiation between vendors. So that's another supply chain and logistics use case. HR and finance is it's being done, I think, almost everywhere. You have a job description, you need to recruit people, you need to recruit talent. How do you match a job description to incoming resumes? Once the resumes are shortlisted, how do you administrative test? That too is being done through an AI system nowadays. So based on the kind of person you want to hire, like in our company, we use Z interview. So moment that is there, the set of questions that need to be asked of that particular candidate is asked, right? And similarly, the example I gave of onboarding interns. Onboarding can also be a very good use case. So these are some of the use cases that are standard, and already a lot of companies are adopted it. In this context, there is a, again, just to come back to the agentic AI, there's a framework called SPAR. It's called Sense. I don't know if you can see it. So it's called Sense, Plan, Act, and Reflect. So SPAR. So basically, this is how agentic AI works. It has access to all this information, your knowledge base, right? Your website, your LinkedIn profile, your vector DB, right? And then it can plan things, right? It can use various strategies to plan, There's a chain of thought reasoning, right? And all those. And then it can use all these tools to act. It can make an API call to save something in your HRMS system. Right? It can generate some document if it's required. It can send a mail. So that is kind of act. And then it can reflect. So how does it reflect? You can have another LLM to check as to what was done is correct or not. So it can improve. So you can have here two adversarial LLMs kind of talking to each other and improving each other's way of working. All right. So with that background of AI, agentic AI, and the use cases that typically are being addressed, we'll try and look at some of the use cases in these particular verticals. So first is manufacturing. And all these use cases have been done within our company, and so we thought it will be useful to just walk you through. And while I'm not able to show you live demo here, but we have captured some video, and we'll try and show you those. So the problem here in seafood processing, we're working with a very big client. So they have multitude of these, what do you call them? Where you have the shrimps moving around, right? So the pathways, right? So the value of shrimp is by size, right? The bigger the size, the more expensive it is, right? So while they have the parameter weight, they can, when the shrimp gets packed, you can have weight. It doesn't give them the indicator of what is the size of this, of the shrimp. Right? So usually what they used to do, they do a manual counting. They have people standing and they count, and how many goes into a particular box or packaging, right? And then because it's human, it's not kind of visible in a general sense from the production standpoint, right? So what the solution we implemented was a computer vision based solution. We mounted these cameras on top of where the shrimps were moving on the conveyor belt, right? And so there are multiple, I think 20 odd conveyor belts. So you need to mount 20 cameras. And real-time monitoring. Moment the particular batch starts and batch ends, that those signals are sent to ERP. moment the count is completed or whatever count, that also goes to their ERP. So this provides real-time benefits. So we'll just show a quick video. So these are shrimps moving on a conveyor belt, and the feed is from a camera. And if you see, the red ones are, the object is being tracked. So each shrimp is being tracked, and then moment I'll show it again. Let me stop here. So these red ones are the, so you see a white line. Once it hits a white line, we kind of mark it green as counted, right? And so you have these red ones are the ones where the system starts tracking, right? So there's of course a person which kind of ensure that they don't overlap at the entry. And so there's an object tracking. First there's an object identification, that it's a shrimp. Then there is an object tracking, which is the red one, and then object counting. And the same thing we utilize for their packages. So this is package now, and we count the packages on the conveyor belt as well. Right. So now, having implemented this solution for a shrimp production company, we also kind of made it generic. And this is something we learned very early on. When you're creating a B2B solution, you need to work with a domain expert to create a solution, and then make it horizontal across that industry, other companies in that industry. You may not use the data, but that knowledge you have, that can be utilized. So we also made it more generic, so that the object identification can be any object. For instance, we also work with the stone query, where stones are being broken into small stones, right? So again, the value of the bigger the stone, the higher the value, right? So you need to count the stones. So you can utilize the same mechanism. You have stone identification, and then the rest of the process is same, the tracking and the calculation. Okay, so now we'll go to the next use case, next industry, pharma. So pharma we have worked in from two angles. One is from the manufacturing. So pharma is a highly regulated industry. They have what is called GMP and GLP, good manufacturing practices and good lab practices. So how do you enforce that and enforce these, right? Because there's an audit, regular audit, and if a pharma, if there's a surprise audit and they are found deficient, their license can be cancelled. So it can be a huge business risk. So in this particular case, this pharma was very interested in ensuring that their labs, so labs have a strict protocol, like wearing the PPE kit, what you need to do, what you can do within a lab or what you cannot do when the medicine is being manufactured, what you can do or what you cannot do, right? I'll just run a video first and then we'll come back here. So this is, you are cleaning this. If you see the green, it's too fast because we just taken pieces. Yeah. So if you see this man cleaning, so it is identifying his cart as well as the man, right? And so it can also identify, there are other actions which can identify how a lab needs to be cleaned, you know, the sequence, right? And in this particular case, this guy is supposed to bend. He's not supposed to bend. So it is identifying. You can do through there or you can go through bending. So now it has identified that the person is bent. Similarly, in this particular case, this is improper clothing. So in this one, we are trying to identify whether he's opening a door with the palm or with the elbow. So again, these are with the and in this one, whether he's wearing a mask, headgear not tucked, opening the door with hand, not with the elbow. So the good thing here was we were using the existing CCTV infrastructure, so no need to change their infrastructure. The challenge we faced with them was they wouldn't share their data. So we had to create synthetic data. We had to take from net, create some scenes, and try to see if we can identify humans, and then objects, and then the action, and then kind of go there and test it out, right? So in pharma particular, like a lot of other, even healthcare, it'll be very hard for them to share data. And you will have to, they'll share some data, but not most of it. So you will have to find out mechanism to create synthetic data, right? This is another use case, smoke study, where when a steroid is being manufactured, they want to ensure there is no turbulence around it. So person who's moving things around, or it should not do in a very quick manner, right? He has to do it very slowly. So what they do is they have a nitrogen or some gas coming from the top, and they capture the whole video. It's about a 2-hour video for each medicine. And the video shouldn't show any turbulence. So and normally they need to submit this video to the authorities, right? And if turbulence is found, that license can be canceled, right? So now somebody, after taking the video, has to sit down and look at the whole video and see there's no turbulence, right? With AI, you can actually see, and you can tell in these frames there is turbulence, and you can kind of take care of that. This is another pharma, but this is more from the compliance side, document compliance side. So here the use case is you may create a SOP document, and that has to be in line with the regulatory document, right? So here we use LLM, but because they were not allowed to use public LLM, we went to Azure, use that LLM. So SOP, what are the gaps here? For instance, you may say the variable is, the concentration is so much, 2 milligrams per liter, where it should be 1 milligram per liter. So those variables you can compare against the regulatory guidelines and show that your document is not complete. So this has multitude use cases where you want to send some document. Even it can be used in marketing. When there is a product, you want to create a brochure. You can see whether it is capturing, there's nothing incorrect. So it will match this against the source of truth and find the gaps. I have a video, but I don't have time to show it. But we can go to the next one. Healthcare. So healthcare is one segment which is going to get hugely disrupted by AI. And in fact, you almost everybody now with the trend in improving health, longevity, personalized medicine, right? Now how many of you have heard of GLP-1, Ozempic? Right, very few. So GLP-1 is considered the wonder drug now because it helps you lose weight. And obesity is linked to so many diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease and all. So, but the GLP-1, there's a jab, right? It's an injection as well, there's an oral intake. But GLP-1 needs to be administered through a medical professional because you start having a lot of side effects, nausea and few others, right? So what we have created is, I'll only show one of them. So there's a food scan that allows that you can take a snap of the food and it'll break it up into its calories, its carb, protein contents. And there is this face scan. And I think we're going to have one more session after that, which will talk about Y Health. But here, this is a technology called RPPG, remote plethysmography, where a person takes a face scan for 1 minute and through a video, through a phone selfie. And it'll come back with all these parameters you can say below, right? Your respiration rate, your SpO2 levels, your blood pressure, it also comes with the HbA1c, but that's still at the R&D end. So it'll come back with your score. It'll tell you your pulse rate, your respiration rate, your PRQ, and all. Similarly, there is a digital twin that once a patient uploads documents, the patient or the doctor can ask questions. Right? AI enables it because now you can put 10 years of your data, all your blood reports. It'll give you trends, it'll give you visual trends, and not only that, it'll analyze and tell you what can be the problem. It can be an assistant to a doctor. So in fintech, we have done a couple of projects in, with the kind of small banks in Singapore. And basically, how do you do complex anti-money laundering systems, which has regulatory rules from different geographies, Singapore, India, US, and how do you undertake that? How do you create a risk model? How do you, now with OCR, you can use different kind of documents. The KYC documents can be understood and can be analyzed very quickly. So intelligent document processing and all. So again, I'll skip the video. How much time do we have? 5 minutes? Okay. So this one I wanted to spend some time with you guys. So this is a signal prediction system. And this is for portfolio management. So somebody who has a portfolio of real estate, for instance, right? How does he know, based on news and post and different regulatory rules that come up, how do we know that it is going to push the rates down, push the rates up? So this is more of a predictive system that we build based on history. So this is built for a German company. And what it does is it looks at 10 years data from 2012 to 2022 and looks at all the peaks in the real estate and the valleys. And then it lets the LLM do the task of understanding what are all the news item at that point of time, at this peak or this valley. So there could be an expert opinion which says why the peak was there. There could be some expert opinion which says why the valley was there. And then it classifies that into these primary structural drivers and secondary structural drivers. And then once it finds out those drivers, it uses the test data between 23, 24, 25 for the next 3 years and says based on these stories or these posts or these regulatory changes, what will be the predicted increase or decrease in the real estate prices. So on the right, I think it's not visible, but we did it for 3 quarters. So this data, whatever we got, we applied it to the test data of these 3 quarters. And we could predict 2 of them absolutely correctly, and the middle one kind of 60% correctly. So this again shows you the power of, and this is again done using LLM. Nobody created any model, nothing, just pure LLM prompt engineering, you may call it, right? Finally, there is one on logistics, which just uses OCR to detect containers, vehicles, basically in the port system, so real-time movement tracking and all. So this is like kind of a quick video on detecting numbers, detecting whether it's a truck, detecting whether it's a container, and so on and so forth. This is a system we built in-house. I think there was a question about, Sachin was mentioning about a chatbot, which kind of links the back end to all your company's infrastructure. So this is called Simplify Path, and it uses WhatsApp interface. So anybody can WhatsApp it and find out. And again, this is around organizations' security, right? Accesses and all. So you can ask simple questions about your pay, about your leaves, right? About your salary, about bank account details or whatever, right? You can also apply for leaves from here, right? So you could also talk to your CRM and look at the leads, sales leads and other leads, and work on them. So this is a very intuitive system and very simple for a new joiner to the organization. He doesn't have to learn all the different HR applications and all. He can just use this to update his details and also query and all. And again, this is protected by the enterprise level security. So whatever data access you have, only that you will get, and not all the data across the organization. It's very successful. We are already using it with a couple of companies here in India, enterprises. Yeah, I think that's about it. That's me, and that's my LinkedIn. Thank you so much. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Vijay sir. It was really an eye-opener for most of us. And I think I can summarize that AI application as an industry, probably we can implement in most of our processes. And probably Vijayji is kind of customizing the AI solutions for most of the organizations that we are representing here. So thank you so much once again, sir. And may I request the leadership team, Jain sir, Shubhamji, to kindly come on the stage to honor Vijay sir, our speaker for this session. Sir, please. A big hand for Vijay ji, please. Thank you so much. And now our next speaker is Mr. Alok Gautam. He's the founder and CEO of a company called Allbrain Labs. He has IIM Ahmedabad alumni. Alok has spent nearly a decade building towards one conviction, the missing I in the AI is identity. Intelligence without persistent identity cannot become agency. Through deliberate ventures spanning Auto ML, Auto DL platforms, and AI Aviator for military UAVs, he's now productized the vision into Allbrain Studio, a platform giving AI agents persistent, non-replicable identities for trustworthy enterprise deployment. Allbrain is now building the identity infrastructure for 1.3 billion AI agents the world needs by 2028. A big hand for Alok ji.
Visible hai.
Hello everyone. So I think a little bit of miss on my introduction. So I'm Shreya, I'm the CTO of Y Health, the product that Vijay sir was just speaking about. And so today, me and Alok, we're going to present industry use cases, success stories, and some learnings. So let me dive into what is actually happening right now. Like not in theory, but in production. So AI is no more a future conversation, as we have seen today. So many panelists talk about challenges and implementation use cases and everything. It is something that is restructuring how different industries are, working through their use cases, whether it's healthcare, pharmaceuticals, or business outcomes. So valuable AI systems are not necessarily the most intelligent ones right now. They are the ones that are used the most, and that's where adoption comes into picture. So if you look at the last few months, some of the updates that have come up in terms of very valuable metrics is that the late stage breast cancer detection rate has gone down by 12% as per a very large scale trial study, when AI was employed at very early level screening. As well as AI-led underwriting has reduced the cycle times by 60 to 70% in insurance. And also AI agents literally deal with almost 60% of queries without any human interventions. So we are past the experimentation stage, we are in production. And so few of the things that we'll be covering today would be AI in production, which is AI agents, vision-based systems, LLMs as well. And the other thing we'll be discussing about is how does ROI really show up for these systems in different industries, as well as the most important thing, like why do AI systems fail and what are the biggest challenges. So with that, we're going to move into the first use case, and we've picked up healthcare because that's where we feel that AI is most impactful, and it also needs to be the most responsible one. And so with Y Health, it is a cardiometabolic health platform for connected care between doctors and patients. And it is not just a point solution. We have designed it as building it across the healthcare value chain. So you will see ROI coming up with different industries as part of that value chain. But before I talk about that, let me talk about the 3 pillars that Y Health is built on. The first one is Y Vision. Now that's a vision-based diagnostic system with a 60-second health scan, face scan, you can get different biomarkers like your HbA1c, BP, stress levels. And what it helps is with reducing the repeated lab tests and also recommend one whenever needed. The second thing is LLM-based doctor clone system. So imagine an expert doctor, and a doctor clone of that doctor can provide guidance to patients who are there in tier 2, tier 3 cities where they don't have access to that kind of guidance, and that helps doctors improve their productivity 2 to 3x. The third pillar is the digital twin. Now this is specifically for administering the different treatments to individuals. So you can have like a health mirror, which is like a continuous monitoring of how the program is responding to the patient. And that helps in reducing the downward treatment costs from like 30 to 50% because of early detection of anticipated change in the treatment plans. So we're not just looking at healthcare improvement, we're restructuring how healthcare is delivered to patients. Now, if we talk about where ROI shows up in the different areas of the value chain. So for insurance companies, the underwriting process itself becomes super efficient. So the costs reduce almost 60 to 70%, and you can, there is a faster issuance time to the insurance policies. For hospitals and clinics, there is a preliminary screening. So now when the patients are waiting in the waiting room, the biomarkers can be instantly sent to the doctors. For pharmaceuticals as well, there is a cheaper implementation of clinical trials at scale. They can acquire data very quickly. And for the doctor clone, like the access to to that kind of an expertise in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which was not present at all. It is providing an access which was not present, in the past. But along with all of that, all of those advantages, all of those returns that you're getting across the value chain, the biggest catch is that it is not conclusive. It is still indicative. What that means is that when there's a face scan, it can flag a risk, but it cannot replace a lab test. Or if a doctor clone can guide, but it cannot prescribe. And although these challenges might look technical right now, it is also regulatory and ethical, right? But if I talk about the returns, even indicative value is massive. As I just spoke about the kind of value it is bringing to the underwriting process, the kind of value to the downstream treatment costs that can happen with early detection, and many other cases. So the idea is the bar for AI is not perfection. If it's a 95% confidence level or a 99% confidence level, the idea is it a better alternative? And in many cases, not only with healthcare, in many other systems, the alternatives are generally no access or delayed decision or lack of data. And so with that, we need to understand how can we build these AI agents that are scalable, reliable, and accountable. And on that note, I'd like to hand over to Alok to take it from here.
Good evening, everyone. This is Alok, and to reintroduce myself, I've been here in this AI domain for quite long. I was heading the AI division of one of the first AI startups in India, Hotify.ai, back in 2015, where we built an automated machine learning platform. At that time, we used to call it machine learning, where you used to find patterns in our data. Then in 2019, we built automated deep learning platform, where you could train these computer vision models autonomously without any technical knowledge. And now this is agentic AI, so we have built a platform where businesses can build and deploy AI agents, again, autonomously without any technical knowledge. Now, as Vijay has explained the details about LLMs and agentic AI, but even then, for the uninitiated or those from not from technical background, I would like to take 2 minutes to go deeper into the difference between LLMs and agentic AI. So what is an LLM actually? So this is the first technology in the history of humankind which we did not create. It got emerged on its own automatically, and we do not know how. What actually happened was that there were AI models, and they have been here for last 40, 50 years, as Vijay explained. So the models which used to process images were called CNN, convoluted neural networks, and those who used to process text, which was into a sequence, they were called RNN, recurrent neural networks. Then the improved form of RNN came, we called them LSTM. And then more advanced form was transformers that came in 2017. So now there was this vague idea that if we give the whole knowledge of human beings to this transformer, it may become intelligent. We did not know what it means. We just had a vague idea. We were experimenting with it, and in October 2022, one fine evening, it actually became intelligent. It was a historical moment, but at the same time, we did not know its use case because it was a single use entity. एक LLM है, you ask one question, it comes to life, it processes, does all the reasoning, it gives you the answer, and then it dies. Now, one technology, such powerful technology, but it does not stays alive after one question. अब इसका करें क्या? Then Sam Altman was a smart chap. He came up with a very ingenious idea. He said, the way we have seen that movie, Gajini, what Amir Khan did, or the original movie Leonard Shelby did in Memento, कि लिख लो पूरा, write down. Write the first question and the answer in a chit. Second question, answer third. So every time when you come and ask the second question, चुपके से पीछे से चिट में पिछला क्वेश्चन दे देता है उसको. तो the user seems कि यार ये तो continuous है, I'm talking to the same LLM, when actually it is not. And that we know as ChatGPT now. So ChatGPT and LLM, दोनों में there is a difference. ChatGPT is an agent. LLM is one entity, one ingredient. Now, as Vijay played that video of Jensen Huang, who explained what actually is agentic AI. So these AI agents, they are the entities who have agency. What is agency? Agency is a 2,000-year-old concept in philosophy. हम कहते थे ना कि the power to make decisions in order to achieve your core objective function is called agency. तो उस टाइम पे we used it to distinguish few gentlemen from others कि इनके पास तो agency है, they can make their decisions, बाकी के पास नहीं है. Similarly, now, an agent is one who has agency. Agency कहाँ से आती है? The capacity to make decisions. But अब LLM को देखें, can LLM make a decision? No. LLM को तो एक क्वेश्चन पूछो, एक आंसर करेगा और वो मर जाएगा. तो डिसीजन कब लेगा? So now, what do we need to do? First, we need to create this artificial memory. सारा लिख लो. Then, what is the purpose of this agent? वो भी कहीं पे लिख लो. Then, what is it supposed to do? How to behave? everything right down in that chit. तो ये जो सारा हम क्रिएट करते हैं चिट में, वी कॉल इट, पूरा हम जो जुगाड़ बना रहे हैं, दिस प्रोसेस इज कॉल्ड एजेंटिक एआई. दैट मीन्स a one AI agent will not be same as another AI agent because दोनों के क्रिएटर डिफरेंट हैं. किस तरह से आपने चिट बनाई है, द मेमोरी कैसे मैनेज की है, उस पर सारा डिपेंड करेगा. अब नाउ वर्क तो कर रहा है, चैट जीपीटी इज वर्किंग. सिमिलरली वी आर सीइंग मेनी एजेंट्स इन एक्शन. सेकेंड बिग, I will not call it a challenge because this problem did not exist so far when humans were working. So now, there was this company. It was a custom outfit building company, जो D2C brand था. So they said, create an sales agent for us. So ये लोग क्या करते थे, they used to get business from Instagram, वहाँ पे ad run करते थे, they used to bring leads to WhatsApp and then convert them. So वहाँ पे human was talking to the leads and converting them. Now they wanted a sales agent, AI agent, which can do this all the 24/7. So they got one sales agent and then they got one customer support agent. But then suddenly he got this epiphany कि अभी तक तो human world था, we used to have a salesperson, then we used to have a customer support person. दोनों कभी सेम नहीं होते थे. And this was the malady of the end users कि sales agent तो कुछ प्रॉमिस करके चला गया, अब वो मिल ही नहीं रहा. Customer support बोल रहा है, मुझे क्या पता. So this was the mismatch which was always there in all the industries. End customer तो चाहता है कि sales agent को ही बुलाओ जिसने बेचा था, पर वो तो है नहीं. But when we are shifting towards AI world, this is possible. हियर तो जिसने सेल्स किया था वही मिलना चाहिए कस्टमर सपोर्ट के टाइम पे और रिफंड के टाइम पे. सो नाउ थियोरेटिकली इट वाज पॉसिबल. यस, इट वाज पॉसिबल. व्हाट वाज मिसिंग? द मिसिंग थिंग वाज दैट द एंड यूजर शुड हैव दिस फीलिंग दैट आई एम टॉकिंग टू द सेम एजेंट. एग्जैक्टली सेम है या नहीं, नोबडी केयर्स. इफ द एंड यूजर हैज दिस फीलिंग कि सेम पर्सन से मैंने सामान खरीदा था, नाउ सेम को मैं कंप्लेन कर सकता हूं एंड ही शुड फील अकाउंटेबल, द वर्क इज डन. दैट इज अ प्रॉब्लम विच did not exist so far in the human world. So this is where we come in. We are building this agentic AI technology which will give a persistent identity to these AI agents along with their memory and objective function. So now these businesses do not need a separate sales agent, a separate customer support agent, or a separate customer success, booking, payments. One agent can take up the entire customer life cycle. This is the brand. They have actually created this agent. One agent, one WhatsApp number, and it will be able to do everything a customer needs it to do, end to end. And now, to take this to thousands of businesses, one of the very large CPaaS companies. CPaaS companies are the players who used to provide these WhatsApp chatbots to businesses. So now they have partnered with us, one of the large CPaaS companies. They are bringing this identity, a persistent self, to the AI agents in thousands of numbers, to all the businesses at once through their established distribution channel. So in next few months, we will be seeing every business will have an AI agent which has a persistent self on its own and which is catering to all the needs of the customers at single one platform. This is what we have been doing so far. Any questions? No questions? Oh, yes.
What's your take on like the adoption of voice AI? In your experience, you showed the WhatsApp chat feature.
Yeah.
In your experience, how warm are people now to like the idea of speaking to voice AI?
I have seen many voice AI startups raising big funds lately in last few months, but still I actually do not understand why. Reason being, voice is a medium. एजेंट तो LLM यूज करके इंटेलिजेंस क्रिएट कर रहा है. It is giving you the answer. First, you need to perfect that answer. Whether it is text or voice, it is translation. Text to speech, speech to text APIs are available. 11 Labs is the company which has been doing this work for last decade. And they are doing a wonderful job at it, including Google. So you just take those APIs, put it in your agent, and it has become voice agent. So anybody can turn their agent to voice agent in few seconds. So what are these companies doing? I do not understand. And second thing, it is not that easy to actually create an AI agent. Because सारा आइडेंट जो आप मेंटेन कर रहे हो मेमोरी, so जब बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्टेक्स्ट बढ़ जाएगा, so you cannot give everything every time to LLM because the context window is limited. Maximum it is 1 million tokens. और 1 million अगर हर बार आप कंज्यूम कर रहे हो, 1 million tokens on the average comes for $2. So every time $2 will get consumed, so वो भी एक challenge है. So you need to somehow compress this data so that the information loss is very less. तो अब देखो जैसे अभी last week I heard कि वरुण गुप्ता, CEO of Bombay Shaving Company, declared on LinkedIn openly that it has been 6 years I am seeing agents, no one works as good as a human, including mine. If anyone has anywhere inside India, please show me. Nobody would come up. So अभी एजेंट ही हम नहीं बना पा रहे, वॉइस में बोलना तो बात का आ जाएगा और वो 2 मिनट का काम है. अभी का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ये. नो क्वेश्चंस? आपने बोला था जल्दी करना, कुछ ज़्यादा जल्दी हो गया. थैंक्स गुरदर्शन.
Thank you, Alok ji. A big hand for Alok ji. Thank you so much. So our next speaker lined up for today's session is Mr. Ritesh Watts. He's the president of Watts Group, Canada, and entrepreneur, investor, speaker, author. List is long. So he has a strong background in technology and business. He lead AI Phase AI division within within Watts Technologies, focusing on enabling practical AI adoption across various industries. He's passionate about sharing insights through workshops on AI, tech development, and cultivating a growth mindset. So I shall invite Mr. Ritesh Watts on the stage, please. And before we actually request Ritesh ji, so I shall invite the leadership once again on the stage to honor our speakers, our previous speakers, Mr. Alok Gautam ji and Shreya Agarwal, please. Alok ji and Shreya ji, please. Ma'am, you also please join. A big hand for Alok ji and Shreya ji. Thank you, sir. And now over to Ritesh ji, please.
Do we have the other mic also? Hand mic? Yes. हाँ जी.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are after lunch taking these workshops, so we should be a bit, active on this now. I'll speak again. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. So myself, Ritesh Watts. First of all, thank you to phdcci team for giving me this opportunity, and I'll be taking this opportunity to explain how to start your journey in AI. I believe everybody in this room will definitely be on their journey in one or other way, would definitely be, giving their clients a journey on their AI. I'll try to keep it very grounded, like how it should be the first step of anybody or any company or any business. Because what I believe personally, whatever tools and technologies have been advanced till today, still consumers, even B2B clients, we are very much reliant on WhatsApp. Even that's a very basic, messaging app. And when we talk about automations, we still look forward to integrating a lot of basic tools, because at the end, the customer journey, we have to delight the customers, we have to, give our service delivery that has to be done in a way which is being preferred by the consumers or by the clients, right? So we have given it a name, like our company name is AIFIs. We have given it a name like we should AIFI people, we should AIFI businesses. So this journey will be about that. And I'll start with the moment in AI as of today. So where in the business is AI today? AI is in everyday tools. We already know, like we have been through the conferences throughout the day, in Google Maps probably, and then we are thinking of, let's say, ChatGPT, Claude, all these are always normal nowadays. But I think a lot of companies are using it in a way which some of the businesses, I would say many of the businesses are not using it. So आज हम उस चीज़ के बारे में थोड़ी सी बात करेंगे. I'll give my perspective, how we see it, how businesses should see it, and how it can be executed, how it can be started from the step one. Watts Group is our company. We are based in Canada. I had the opportunity to live in India for long. Even now, I'm like back and forth in Canada and India. So I'll give you a bit of perspective how technology is being implemented in Canada versus how we as Indians are actually, developing it in a way जो global superpowers हमारी companies बन रही हैं. Your competitors are quietly using it, probably yes. हम उसको कैसे कर सकते हैं? We have to go that. The real risk is ignoring AI while other compound its advantage. That's the business aspect, but Indian business aspect में कैसा है? That I tried my best to bring it on. MSMEs and SMEs are backbone of India's economy, contributing a major share of GDP. So what we see is कि India के अंदर, even I live in Tri-City, Chandigarh. What I see in small industries, I used to, get the opportunity to talk to a lot of manufacturers, consulting businesses. They still are not deploying AI to the level that they can rely on it. Like they are still using in some of the processes, but they are not relying on it for the execution of the real business processes. So I think वो ground level पे बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. So as I would say architecture, then deployment on the level जो integrate हो आपकी codings के साथ, वो सारी चीज़ें ज़रूरी हैं. But if it is not reaching to the point where I'm getting my time back, or where it is at the point I'm not confined in a way कि मुझे आज ये sales meeting लेनी ही पड़ेगी, I can delegate my task to AI. उस level पे जब तक confidence नहीं आएगा, we should not be saying कि हमने AI deploy कर लिया. So Indian businesses के अंदर हम ये बात कर रहे हैं कि SMEs या MSMEs की बात नहीं हो रही, it's big tech giants की बात हो रही है usually, so I'll try to cover that up today. And आज हम 3 case scenarios लेके चलेंगे, service firms, manufacturing and startups, how they can actually start their journey in AI. So why most businesses feel stuck? We know AI is important, but don't know where to start. That we have spoken on jargon, shiny tools, fear of big budgets, create a friction कि हम budgets implement करें ना करें, because there's a scenario. Most of the business owners are also considering, would it be a success or not? Like they take it as a pilot program rather than a real execution pathway to it. So that's why we should be identifying how small we should start. ऐसा ना भी हो कि हमने बहुत small start कर लिया और उसका कुछ impact ही नहीं आया, और ROI के मामले we are not, having that results जिसकी वजह से हम उस pilot को आगे continue ही नहीं कर रहे. So we have to think that way also. So solution is start with one business problem, not with the tool. We usually say कि ChatGPT हमारी team use कर रही है. I've seen in manufacturing, like people say, business owners say, like my team, digital marketers, when they create ads, they're using ChatGPT, and that way we are using AI. When they are, replying to the WhatsApp, we have automated our WhatsApps in a way कि हमारे replies automate जा रहे हैं, we are using AI. So I'm saying, like rather than implementing in tool wise, we should be thinking of the business problem wise. और उसको identify कैसे कर सकते हैं? Either we identify the process which we want to automate. It could be lead generation, it could be lead nurturing, it could be sales, it could be feedback, or it could be final onboarding or service delivery that you want to automate. Or you could identify the steps within a process. For example, you capture the inquiry, down the line you want to just automate the lead qualification. Like, that's a very simple case scenario. Meta ads, Google ads, SEO, we can create such a hype that we can get a lot of leads. What if we get 1,000 leads today? हम उनको qualify कैसे कर रहे हैं? Who are the relevant leads to my business? So we can automate that. We can probably automate our follow-up emails, calls. We can automate ki whatever conversations are being happened by a human. If that has to be implemented, that has to be noted down in the CRM, वो हम automate कर सकते हैं, because everybody was talking, data is the key. Data is the food for AI, right? So we have to have the digitization of data, so maybe we can automate that step, or we can automate the meetings with the AI avatars these days, वो सारी चीज़ें भी possible हैं. So the point over here is when you're starting your journey, you can also identify किस step को मुझे automate करना है. Then either identify the department. I think it's very simple. You just look at your business, you want to automate your HR, you want to automate your operations division, or you want to automate your lead generation, or sales, whatever it is, it can be automated. This is the third case scenario. So AI possibilities are limitless. I would say the way we have taken the session from the day in the morning till now, AI is so mysterious. I would say I would like to consider it to spirituality also. Like the way everybody has their own preferences, everybody has their own understanding about spirituality, and we think of ki all the ways goes to one, but how it goes, it depends on the person जो practice कर रहा है इस चीज़ को. The same way, AI is very very vast. इसके अंदर बहुत possibilities हैं. How we want to execute it, that depends on ourselves. So I would say start small, build step by step, and win big would be the thing. And my question to you guys, what's your biggest manual bottleneck right now that you should be identifying? Keep it with yourself in your mind for now, and जब हम next slides पे जा रहे हैं तो इस bottleneck को ध्यान में रख के ही we should be taking the next slides, so as we can understand would we be able to resolve that bottleneck right with the AI as of now or not? Okay, so 3 key points for AI agents. I'm saying it in a way कि जब हम शुरुआत कर रहे हैं ये journey की, तो हम जब प्रॉब्लम को डिफाइन कर रहे हैं तो मुझे एक क्वेश्चन ये करना है कि रियल टास्क क्या होना चाहिए एआई का. उसकी जो रिक्वेस्ट है वो ऐसा ना होनी चाहिए कि जस्ट जेनरिक है. इट शुड बी अ रियल टास्क. फॉर एग्जांपल, आई वांट कि सेल्स कॉल बुक हो जाए. इफ दैट इज अ वेरी सिंपल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ एनी बिजनेस, सो इट शुड बी गिवन इट इन अ वे, और इट शुड बी डेवलप्ड इन अ वे कि दैट टास्क हैज बीन एक्सिक्यूटेड, नॉट जस्ट द रिक्वेस्ट. Then actual job that must be done should also be identified. मतलब I should be able to map that thing कि मुझे ये काम इस AI से करवाना है. And it is very clear, if you cannot explain a process by yourself, you cannot automate it. Structured workflow. जब मुझे वो task करवाना है, steps क्या होंगे? It has to be in a layman way. मतलब अगर business को कभी भी plan करते हैं ना, we always say the most simple businesses succeed, the most complex businesses always fail. Why? As a founder, as a director, जब आप अपनी team, internal teams को training करते हो, then the teams, then they execute your business proposal to the outer world. It has to be so simple, so easy. एक बार में ही समझ आ जाना चाहिए, whatever service or product you are selling. So that way, you have to mark down the steps. You have to understand what will be the input. You have to understand what output should be existing. In that way, you'll be automating the workflows. So the hard part is always explaining the workflows clearly, तो वो हमें करने बहुत ज़रूरी हैं. And the edge cases, you have to understand कि गलत क्या जा सकता है. Hallucination हम सोचते हैं AI के अंदर होता है, तो we have to understand what could go wrong, so as we can train our AI on those models earlier itself. And of course, human is the key, तो हम उसको सोच नहीं सकते हैं. Coming to the point of the service businesses, you can think of any consultancy, agency, law firm, doctor's clinic, real estate offices. Imagine if they're getting 50, 100, 200 leads in a day. Do they have that capacity to absorb those leads, process those leads? हम इस चीज़ को automate कर सकते हैं service businesses के लिए. I'm sure there are people who are business owners themselves, and there are people who are actually helping other businesses to automate or use AI in their businesses. So this could be a potential use case in that scenario. Without AI, the workflow will be very slow, there will be missed leads, there will be same question answered again and again, and with AI, of course, there will be an assistant who can answer FAQs, who can automate these things, and it will work 24/7. When it comes to manufacturing or SME scenario, imagine a manufacturing unit with distributors or with, let's say, B2B partners. So it will be about pricing, stocks, inventory, order status all the day. Of course, we can take it in a way like it's a normal chatbot, but think of it that it resolved a problem जो पूरे एक department की थी. Now point comes is how far or how in depth that chatbot or that AI agent has been executed, because a lot of companies or a lot of chatbots just rely on the first layer of the business, वो उसको solve करते हैं. So we have to think it in the depth level. So without AI, sales and admin teams are stuck answering repetitive queries. With AI, an assistant on WhatsApp or portal that handle routine operations, so as your team focuses on key accounts. Thinking of a startup, it's more important communication, it's more important that you rely, as a founder, as a director, you rely that you're doing the meaningful task, repetitive task, anything that has the data can be automated. So any repetitive task you think of in your business, that should be automated. Now AI in action. We have been seeing a lot what we have done in our company. So this is a QR code. I would say we are around 50 people. If you guys want to scan it right now, you should. This is connected to a AI employee that we use, which is, unko humne name diya Samantha. Now, when we were talking about AI chatbots, then personalities, then personas, then identity, I think when we were creating this, we tried everything in that. So she's empathetic, she can talk about anything that you want to talk in the world, but she'll be trying the conversation in a way that you come back to our business. So that's how we do it. And for example, if 50 of us all together are putting an inquiry right away, we're gonna get answer right away, because it will be not just one person, it will be just one AI agent. And that's Samantha. Why we have given a name? Because it's not just the customer support agent, or it's not the lead generating agent. It's an agent who knows everything in and outside of our CRM, who's internally actively training our employees on the data, who's actually helping us making decisions on that. So one agent with one identity, with one persona, I would say, they are taking care of the task, and that's what I think we can start on. So I'm not saying this is the end, I'm just saying this could be a start of the step for any business who wants to automate their operations, more than that, who wants to actually help other businesses to help automate. So AI-fying your existing ecosystem, I personally believe that whenever as business owners, whenever as AI consultants, we are going to somebody to present the use case scenario, we should not be saying that you have to move your infrastructure from this X tool to that Y tool. We should be always trying to find a way so as we can help them in their existing ecosystem, because change is very hard for the companies, especially when it comes to the data they handle. So it will be a good case scenario that you are trying to work with different technologies, so as you can help make a case how they can automate that stack which they are already using. So it's simply you add an AI layer on top of the tools they're using, and you can simply start with 1 or 2 touch points that that can give them ROI, that can give them the results, so as they have the more trust in your business, and then you take them further on the journey towards getting more done with the AI. So high impact AI opportunities. I think in service business, lead qualification is the high opportunity aspect of any business, because lead generation is not that hard. With the Meta ads, with the Google ads, with a lot of other ways, leads can be generated very easily. But finding the right lead is the problem. And most of the business owners I sit with, they always say, like, I don't want 200 leads every day. Even 2 qualified leads are good for me, right? So that way you should be working on the tools, or you should be working on the case scenarios where you can qualify the leads for the business owners, or qualify the leads for the business services they're offering. Manufacturing, it will be more about order status queries, basic tech support. I've seen like manufacturing automation is one part, but I'm not touching that point because that's not my expertise. But in general sense, when it is a manufacturing business, I've seen the founders and directors themselves, they are more reliant on the teams. I would say they should be building their personal brand also with the help of AI, so that down the line, if they are representing their organizations in international markets, like it is a practice, like they want to know like how the founder is doing. Like if I'm searching for somebody, some company, I would definitely want to know about the founder on that aspect, right? So startup, I think the high impact AI opportunities in investor updates, customer discovery service, there are a lot of tools. Like we should not be thinking just in a way like we have to develop it by ourselves. We can use the existing tools in that scenario. So leverage the data. We have been talking about this all the day throughout. Like data is the key point. So digitization is one thing. data is not just about the name, email, phone number, it is about the conversations you have. So for example, if one of my staff member, he or she has spent, let's say 5 follow-ups with the client, and then after 5 follow-ups that client has been converted. जो बात वो 5 conversations में हुई है, that is the real data. So what questions were being asked and what answers were given? What were the objections that the client was taking on, and how you have answered them? That is actually going to help generate that आपका जो आप उसको कह सकते हो आपका knowledge base, and then you have to train your AI on that part. So centralize and clean what you have. Even a simple shared sheet is fine. Step 2, use AI to summarize patterns, FAQs, customer language to drive automations. This is one thing. I've been approached by a company which is a UK-based company. They're trying to build sort of AI teams, I would say, and they are focusing on founders and directors of the companies only. So what they're trying to build is, I've not mentioned the company name because we are about to have a deal with them very soon. So what they're doing is they're creating 3 tools with one dashboard. So one will be executive AI. So their representation was in a way, for example, I'm a founder, I have an executive assistant. There's another side, my client who's also a founder, he or she also has an executive assistant. Nowadays, what we do, my EA is talking to their EA and then finding a right time to meet and discuss the business and take it further. The way they're doing is they're creating that EA with AI so as it can take the things by itself, because they know your personality, your business constraints, and your business resources, what you want to put in. Then content AI. So as a founder, if I'm creating my content, it should be automatic. Like as of today itself, like there are tools, but we still have to have a human eye on that. We have to have that human decision on top of it. But this tool is trying to do it in a way that it will make perfectly in your tone. As a layman, you won't be able to identify कि ये सिर्फ AI ने build किया है या किसी human ने उसको oversee किया. And third one is sales, because everybody needs business. Leads qualify करके उसको आपके साथ meetings book करना is one thing, but meeting book करने से पहले उस person का perspective, उस business का perspective देके उस meeting को brief करके PPT build करके आपको deliver करके छोड़ना वहाँ पे, that is the thing they are building on. So this is, I would say, one of the things that most business person they struggle with. This could be a very good tool on that. So I'm concluding with the 30-day roadmap for any MSME, for any startup. So it should be like identify 1 or 2 painful, repetitive process. That is giving you actually real pain. आप उसको identify करो, और it should be repetitive also. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक ही बार काम हुआ था उसके बाद इसकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ी तो वो उसको AI automate करने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होगा. So we should be identifying the real painful and repetitive process. Then we should pilot an AI assistant or workflow on that specific process. Then week 3, we should be integrating it with the website or WhatsApp or whatever channel, whatever the mode of communication you want to integrate it with. And then 4th is measure the time saved and the impact, then decide when or what to scale. The power of strategic partnership is most Indian SMEs do not have in-house AI team. I think budget is always a constraint. Everybody must relate in this. When we work with international clients, the money is with dollars, so it makes sense. Like you can put a lot of resources. They also have their budgets aligned with these things like innovation, and they want to try with the new pilots. But in India, it's a bit, I would say, they are very stagnant on that. Like we want to have much value in the less price. So with SMEs, I think if they're not thinking of having in-house teams, they can start with the partnerships. Good partners understand your domain and workflows, not just AI models. Even we work in a way like we just map the processes of the business and then automate it. So we are not somebody who's saying like, we give you this stack or we will work with only this technology. We try to map the process first and then find what will be the right AI stack for them. So final thought is use AI not to replace people, but to free them for higher value work. So humans are not going anywhere. It is just we have to give them the free time. If you'd like to explore any other thing, I'm more than happy to do one-on-one chat or happy to answer any questions. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, sir. Any questions? Yes.
What is, based on like your work with small businesses, especially in India, where do you think you've seen like the biggest aha moment from them? Like where they're like, oh shit, I did not know this was possible.
Okay, so we just started working with Indian people. It is last 1 year I'm staying in India, otherwise I was in Canada till 2025. The aha moment as of now what I've got is I was explaining to a hotelier, and the person was running a lot of hotels in Himachal Pradesh, and I was giving them a card which is like loyalty card system implemented with the AI thing. that loyalty card in a way, like the way Starbucks, the way Tim Hortons is doing in Canada. I was giving them a pilot point on that, where the users are coming up with the not just the discounts, but in a membership way, and that all been taken care with the AI. For example, like if they are traveling just in June and July every year, so they are being given the prices in that aspect, like June and July is almost free for them, but they discounted in a way like they are also traveling 2 times or 3 times in a year. So that was the point where the hotelier himself has said like, okay, this we have to implement, because they were running 3 hotels and they were just seeing the occupancy in 1 hotel, not the 2s. So with the membership, we were looking forward to automate this thing. Right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Ritesh. A big hand for Ritesh, please, ladies and gentlemen. So I think he, in a very simple language, explained how MSME can come forward and adopt AI in their respective business. And look forward to have more sessions with you, Ritesh. Thank you so much. And I would request Ritesh to come once again on the stage, and request Satish Jain ji and Shubham ji to kindly come on the stage to honor Ritesh, our speaker. So we have our next speaker from iLive, which is a health startup, and they are also doing a remarkable work in health domain. So we have Raghuraj Kanodia ji and his colleague with us. So Raghu ji, we are running short of time, so we would request you to kindly conclude the your talk within 10-12 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for PhD Chamber of Commerce for giving us this opportunity, and Satish Jain ji for giving us this window. We are all talking about AI, and iLive Connect is an important structure, because if you actually see what is AI, AI is fundamentally solving a problem where you don't want to get surprised, where you don't want to get thrown into data which you don't understand, and at the right time information is given to you. iLive Connect, fundamentally because of the shortage of time, is a platform which is actually being monitored by doctors who are monitoring your vitals 24/7. There is a two-way communication which talks to, if you have a problem, you can reach out to a doctor 24/7. And the doctor is also monitoring you. So if anything changing in your physiology also, they can connect with you and talk to you. So if you, I'll just take the last sentence. I think everyone sitting in this, in the audience would, if you go back 2-3 months, you would come across some example where somebody who has had a health checkup, healthy life, everything, has suddenly had some problem, and you've been rushed to the hospital. That is what we are trying to stop. And my colleague out here, Dr. Sameer Maheshwari, is a cardiologist, a trained cardiologist. He will take you through this and explain to you about the product. And then when you're, because we'll not do Q&A right now, but post the session if you want, we'll be here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghuji. So I am Dr. Sameer Maheshwari. I am basically cardiologist based in Delhi. So आजकल you all have been hearing there have been lots and lots of heart attacks, especially amongst the younger population. So we come across a lot of individuals doing the preventive checkups for the same. So we have a device now. So ये सब AI की चल रही है meeting, I know, but this is not exactly AI. It is human-based thing. So what we are doing is we are putting a patch over the patient or a client, whoever it is, and we are giving him a watch. Okay, and there is a command center we have in Gurgaon currently, and we are getting the live ECG of that patient, and we have certain protocols set according to the patient, where we ask him to exercise, where we ask him to walk fast, where we ask him to run, and we can see then the ECG changes in our command center, and it gives us a idea whether the patient or the client can have a blockage in the heart or not. So everybody is worried about the same these days, no? You must all have heard about somebody in the 30s getting a heart attack. So it is a very, very common thing these days. So this is a solution where we can do something about this, you know? So another thing in healthcare is consider me as a doctor, and another patient of me is in Bihar, and he cannot come daily to the hospital to come and show me. So this is where our iLive comes in health. So we can talk to the patient at any period of time. We are seeing his live ECG, we are seeing his monitors, vitals, we are seeing everything. So this comes in handy at that period of time. So आप लोग सब AI वाले हैं, but ये थोड़ा सा health talk है, तो this is AI. Where is this AI coming in handy with us? The patient has to upload his BP and sugar in our app. We have an app by the name of iLive Connect, and the patient uploads his BP and sugars in that app, and our AI can judge that BP and sugars, and it can tell us whether this is high or low, and then we can guide the patient accordingly. So ये सभी के साथ होता है. BP actually, if some of you are BP patients, the titration of BP medicine requires a lot of time, at least a week. एक हफ्ता लग जाता है हमें BP की दवाइयाँ सेट करने में, and रोज़ तो you cannot go to the hospital to go and see the doctor, or you cannot get admitted for a week to get your BP medications in line. That is then this iLive comes in again. So we can actually talk to the patient, guide him about the treatment, guide him about the medicine, what is the target BP we want to the patient, what is the target heart rate, what is the target sugars we want for the patient. So it also comes in for the post-surgery patients. You know? After we did a surgery to the patient, or the patient is admitted with us in the hospital, and we have discharged the patient because his funds are finished. So this is where again iLive comes in. So we can talk to the patient, we can guide him about the further treatment, we can guide him about what to eat, what not to eat, what exercises to do, what not exercise to do. So this is a question everybody has. How much can I walk after the surgery? What can I eat after the surgery? So these are silly questions according to us. So you can not ask all these silly questions daily to the doctor. So here again our iLive comes in, and it can be very helpful to the patients in that way. So about the gym goers and fitness enthusiasts, you all must have heard of anybody falling in the treadmill machine. So सबने सुना होगा treadmill करते करते गिर गया, and या रात को सोया था नहीं उठा सुबह, है ना? So we put a patch to the patient, ask him to exercise on the treadmill, and we see the ECG, the live ECG coming to us, and then we can say that he has a blockage or he can have a heart attack in future. So we can know whether you can have a heart attack in future. We have certain tests, we have certain things, you know, we have certain protocols by which we can detect whether you can have a heart attack in future. So about the patient who lives in village, they can be very much be helped by this thing. So the coming to the hospital daily creates it uses a lots of money and time. So here again iLive comes in to help, and this can be very helpful to such patients and such persons. So let me keep this limited, and this is what I wanted to talk about. If you have any questions about this, if you want to ask anything from me, you can ask anything. Yeah, Raisa? Sir, this is a US FDA approved patch. आपने शायद होल्टर मॉनिटरिंग का नाम सुना होगा कभी किसी ने? I don't think so. सर ने सुना है? तो it is a US FDA approved patch. इट इज़ द स्टैंडर्ड थिंग. अगर हमें किसी का ECG मॉनिटर करना होता है फॉर अ वीक, सो वी पुट द पैच ओवर द पेशेंट. या experience, sir, experience have been very good. We have detected certain arrhythmias in certain patients.
Could you give some data?
Data, okay. So it is in the starting phase. It is in the starting phase, this thing. Currently, we have put around 200 patches as of now. Okay, so it is in the starting phase. So among the 200 patients, we have detected certain form of arrhythmias in around 50 patients. And we have been able to manage them, or we have been able to send them to the hospital at the earliest.
Is it like a lifelong thing?
No, it is just for 5 days.
So what if like somebody has like an underlying heart condition, like my mom has, for example, and we want her to be monitored like in real time?
So we can monitor her for 5 days with the patch. We can again put the patch again. So lifelong monitoring is actually not advisable, not feasible actually, है ना? जिंदगी भर पैच लगा के तो नहीं रह सकते.
Apple Watch.
Apple Watch gives a decent ECG. It gives a decent ECG, but what do you do with that ECG? क्या करोगे आप उसका? You have nobody to talk to.
It
No?
goes to you. So if
हाँ.
I gave
No. Certain, इसको ही हम इसी example को ले लेते हैं. You have an Apple Watch. There is certain abnormal coming in that ECG. Okay. You are seeing कि अभी तो सही था, अभी कुछ गड़बड़ होने लगा. What do you do with this now?
I would like that data to
No,
go
no?
to a doctor.
Exactly, है ना? So वो हमें वहाँ दिख जाता है actually, है ना? We can see that live in there. So अगर कुछ होता है, we can guide her or him what to do next.
So Dr. Sir, there's one question.
Yeah.
If 5 दिन का आप पूरा monitoring कर रहे हैं, and after that you're giving this subscription, may what be?
Yeah.
So what if some emergency is there? And your readings are coming that somebody is having a very high spike of blood pressure, and at times I have seen multiple cases when silent heart attack is there. So in those emergency conditions, what kind of facilities you are providing us?
So certain emergencies can be managed at home with certain medications, and for certain emergencies we have to send the patient to the hospital only. So we have ambulance integrated with us. We can send the ambulance directly to the patient house, and we can send him to the hospital as soon as we can. So this is how we can prevent death, we can prevent hospitalization.
And this is an early detection.
This is early detection. एक भी मरीज को हम बचा लेते हैं, so this is a big है ना thing for us.
So congratulations for this.
Yeah, thank you.
This detects artery clogging or something else?
Sir, artery clogging, आप अपना presentation दे रहे थे, I was hearing about that. तो थोड़ा सा medical background you must be knowing, no?
No, I don't have medical background. I'm an engineer, a technical background, but yes.
audio भी चाहिए.
तो there are certain, जब artery में कोई blockage होती है, there are certain changes we see in the ECG. Okay, so there are ऐसा नहीं है कि बैठे-बैठे दिखेंगे आपको. There are certain protocols for that. जैसे आप बैठे हैं तो अभी नहीं दिखेगा हमें, है ना? There are certain protocols. I have to ask you to run fast, to move briskly. Then only I can detect those changes, है ना? Then only I can.
What exactly is this patch? Does it go inside or it's?
No, it is a, है ना? ऊपर लगाने वाला.
It's not like a CGM.
It is an Holter monitor, external Holter monitor, ELR, external loop recorder. It is, है ना? ये this is a standard thing in our cardiology practice. ये हमारे मरीज को मतलब जो हम advise करते हैं, this is what we put to the patient actually, है ना? This is not just I live. This is what we put in the hospital also.
But they have multiple leads. ज़्यादा होते हैं electrodes वगैरह.
हाँ, so that is an Holter, but this is an external loop device.
Okay.
So it is just a simple patch. हमारे पास है.
I want to see if you can show it. And it talks to the app, to the watch. Bluetooth app.
It has a Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi, which is connected to the device, which is connected to the app actually.
So why do you need the watch? If
The watch is after the ECG of the 5-day ECG gets finished, then the watch comes in.
Oh, then you don't need the patch.
Then we don't need the patch. It is just for limited period of time. That is what we were talking about. We cannot.
Apple Watch, it has to be your watch.
It is our watch only. It is not Apple Watch. It is not Samsung Watch. It is our company watch.
What is the value addition in your watch?
इसका आपको setting में आएगा sir.
Value addition it is giving to the patient. So the value addition is it gives us saturation, it gives us heart rate, it gives us temperature, it gives us stress. So मोटा वही जो Apple वगैरह देता है ना, वही सब देता है.
Different fitness
they all give the same thing. This is the same thing exactly, है ना? So but our USP is basically the doctor.
डिस्प्ले में ये तो
Our USP is not the watch. हाँ, our USP is 5 दिन में वो जो हम ECG में डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं. Our USP is that. Yeah. We have put the device for around 200, 300 patients as I discussed.
So
ये आपको हमारी बाकी लोग बताएंगे.
I just have a supplementary. So you say you put a patch for 5 days.
Yeah.
Then measure go to watch and then it goes to the doctor.
Yeah.
And but then see maybe the need is after 5 days. So those 5 days when you are monitoring, nothing abnormal happens.
Exactly.
But then so how do you synchronize on a long term? How do you, because I'm not a doctor.
Sir,
I'm
I
not
think.
from medical side.
Hello. Sir, I would request we can have question answer just after the session. We would be breaking for the tea, so we can have rest of the questions there on. So that we have one last speaker left for the session. So Mark would be joining from UK through online mode. And yes, so we'll be concluding after that, and we have a tea break. So maybe we can have rest of the questions during the tea break. Thank you so much. And to do the honors, I shall request Jain sir to kindly come on the stage, please. Sir, kindly, if you may also join. Dr. Saab, you kindly come on the stage. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, so we are left with the one last session for the day, and we have Mr. Mark Andrew Walker, Chief Product Officer, Avirat AI. So he is joining through online mode from United Kingdom. So he has over a decade of experience in SaaS platforms and is leading cross-functional teams. Mark has driven double-digit revenue growth through AI-driven innovations, operational efficiency, and strategic market expansion. He excels in launching solutions that boost clients' acquisition, retention, significantly improving profitability, and building high-performing product teams that deliver impactful results in fast-paced, growth-focused technologies businesses globally. So I think, are we ready, team? Are we ready with Mark? Yes? No? Okay. No problem.
Can you see my screen?
No, we cannot see your screen.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, it is visible, yes.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, brilliant. Technology works. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Walker. I am the Chief Product Officer for Avira AI and the Cerberant Group. It's a great honor to be invited to speak today in front of such influential AI leaders on this topic of navigating the enterprise AI trust deficit. Over the next 20 minutes, I want to take you through something that I think will be directly relevant to every leader in the room today. Whether you're already running AI at scale or whether or not you're still trying to get your first initiative past the pilot stage, I'm going to start with the hard truth about where enterprise actually stands today. And then I'm going to walk you through what separates AI initiatives that reach production from the ones that don't. And then I'm going to close by showing you exactly how we solve for that with Avira AI. So there's not going to be any theory. It's just going to be a clear framework that shows you what it takes to operate AI without friction in real-world production environments and how that can be achieved with Avira AI. So let's start with an honest look at the global landscape. It was quite fortunate that an article came out only this week in the Times in the UK, and it's from the managing director of the Boston Consulting Group. And she said that a lot of organizations have spent a lot of money on AI, but they're not getting any benefit from it, or they find it very hard to see where the benefit is. And that's not a vendor talking. That is one of the world's most prestigious consulting firms describing what they're seeing. And the data backs that up globally. MIT research from only last year shows that 95% of enterprise AI pilots deliver zero measurable ROI. McKinsey tells us that 73% of pilots never reach production and that only 5% of organizations have actually integrated AI at scale. Now, the natural assumption is that when you see these numbers, is that the models aren't good enough, or the data isn't ready, or we don't have the capability, or we don't have the right talent. But that is not what's happening. Capability is accelerating faster than ever. And Gartner forecasts that by 2028, 1/3 of all enterprise software will include agentic AI. AI that doesn't just suggest, it acts. So the real blocker isn't capability, it's execution. Specifically, it's governed execution. And that's what I want to unpack today. When we looked at why AI initiatives stall, we found that they fail at 3 production gates, which we refer to internally as the 3 Cs. The first one is control. Risk won't approve ungoverned autonomy. And research shows that only 21% of organizations have a mature governance model for autonomous agents. If you can't prove what your AI did, why it did it, and that it stayed within policy, risk blocks production. On cost, finance won't fund unbounded spend. Industry analysis indicates that 40% of agentic AI projects will be cancelled within the next couple of years, with escalating costs explicitly cited. Without cost attribution, no ROI framework, finance won't scale it. Is everybody still there?
Yes, we are there, but Mark, your presentation is not visible now.
Yes.
Yes, visible now. It is good.
Okay, I don't know. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there.
No worries.
And third, on capability, operations can't rely on brittle orchestration. No audit trail, no rollback, no accountability when things break. Operations won't trust it for business critical workflows. Capability is surging, models are extraordinary, but control and cost are the core gates that determine whether or not it actually reaches production. However, even with there being complications in the adoption and application of AI, there are 5 market forces making the drive towards continuous AI investment inevitable. The first one is agentic execution is crossing the chat boundary. AI is moving into core workflows of enterprise software, with Gartner forecasting 33% penetration by 2028. AI must act, not just suggest. The second is regulation and audit expectations are crystallizing. You've got the EU AI Act, ISO 42001, NIST, to name a few. They all converge on one thing: logging, traceability, defensible evidence. Trust must be provable, not just asserted. Third, cost is becoming a first-class constraint. Gartner predicts organizations will use task-specific models 3 times more than general-purpose LLMs, driven by cost efficiency. That shift, however, only works if you have orchestration execution controls to route intelligently and measure outcomes. The fourth, risk and security, and now the production gate. It's no longer, can we build this? It's, will risk sign this off? And the fifth one is geographical. And again, this came from the article from the Boston Consulting Group only this week. And it speaks directly to this audience. Asian executives show significantly more confidence that AI will deliver real value compared to their Western counterparts. You're ahead of the curve, but the question is whether you have the execution infrastructure to cement that advantage. So I've now set the AI landscape, and the tension is clear. Capability is accelerating, but control and cost determine what reaches production. But what impacts successful AI deployment, and what can be done to improve deployment success? Well, I'm going to look at this in 3 stages: before, during, and after AI deployment. On stage 1, deployment success starts before any technology has been deployed or even selected. It's called organizational readiness. And this is where the 3 C's of control, cost, and capability first break down before you've even started. Something we hear consistently from enterprise advisory conversations is that they see a lot of individual use cases, but it's really hard to track and translate the amount of investment in something has hit that bottom line. And that's the consequence of skipping the readiness phase. Related to control, 62% of enterprises cite governance as their primary AI barrier, but only 43% have AI governance policy in place. You cannot approve what you haven't defined. Related to capability, 52% cite that data process and data quality is their top constraint. If you layer AI onto broken data and broken processes, you get broken AI. And here is the strategic failure. Many executives are investing aggressively, driven by fear of losing out on promised productivity gains. And that's FOMO, fear of messing out, not strategy. When it's, we need AI, instead of, this workflow is costing us $200,000 a year, and here's how AI can reduce it, you end up with lots of use cases and no bottom line impact. The cost of skipping the readiness phase is enormous. Businesses have spent millions, but many cannot explain what value they have created. The cost of skipping readiness is enormous. So what does production ready actually look like before deployment? Well, on control, it's compliance clarity. Know which regulations apply before you build. Is it the EU AI Act? Do you need 42001? SOC 2? Secondly, you need executive sponsorship. Without a senior owner, governance has no mandate. And here's a finding worth noting and pausing on. The executives having greater success with AI are those spending significant time not just reading about AI, but spending time with their teams to understand what it is, how it's helping, how it works. That level of immersion drives bottom-up adoption, and research shows 38% cite no reason for change as their primary adoption blocker. If leadership doesn't engage deeply, employees resist. Specifically on cost, it's not we need AI, but as I mentioned before, it's this process, this workflow is costing us this. It's causing this friction, and here's how this technology reduces it. And you need an ROI framework defined before you invest. And on capability, you got to map your data quality gaps, your processes, understand what your processes are, the real processes that exist, your system integrations and access controls before you commit to use cases. If you discover these gaps mid-implementation, you're rebuilding. And the organizations that succeed engineer readiness from day one. Most organizations skip this phase, but as the saying goes, prepare to fail, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. And this is very true when it comes to deployment of AI initiatives. Moving on to the second stage, during, when your initiative is developed or deployed. And this is when pilots hit that production wall, and it's where only 5% make it through. When we're talking about failure, we're talking about ungoverned autonomy that can't be trusted across systems. If there's no audit grade evidence of what an agent did, why it did it, whether it stayed within policy, your risk teams won't sign that off. And on cost, organizations struggle to track how investment is translating to bottom line impact. If you have no budget, no loop caps, no spend attribution, and no outcome metrics, agentic systems without loops and retries that can run autonomously can produce surprise bills. And finance then blocks scale because cost becomes unpredictable and the value invisible. And regarding capability, brittle orchestration and fragile integrations with no retry logic and no rollback means operations cannot rely on it to run business critical workflows. And I'll quote the director of core AI at one of our enterprise clients when we were speaking to him about AI deployment headwinds that he was experiencing. And he said this: I'm confident that AI can drive value, but the risk is ensuring that it's safe and compliant. Without that, production approval is blocked by the senior leadership team. And this is the production wall. It's not a technology problem. It's a governance, cost, and operational reliability problem. And you can't bolt this on after the fact. It must be engineered at runtime. So if the production wall is control, cost, and capability failures, what does the execution layer need? Runtime governance, policy checks before execution, not after. Bounded agent authority by role, and not human in the loop approvals as first-class workflow primitives, not bolted on afterthoughts. Cost controls, you need budgets enforced per workflow, per step, per team. You need model routing that selects the cheapest capable option, and loop and retry caps that prevent runaway spend. And finally, evidence generation. Every action needs to be traceable. Who did what, why, when, with what inputs, what outputs, and mutable audit trails, exportable in formats that risk, compliance, and boards can actually use. And here's the critical insight. These aren't features to be added later. They must be engineered into the execution layer as first-class runtime primitives, not post hoc additions. Most organizations try to retrofit these onto systems already in production, and that's why they fail. And the third stage, after you've deployed your AI initiative, but what do you do after? How do you sustain that value? This is the final phase, a phase that really has no end, but it's where organizations declare victory too early, as launch is not the same as value. We constantly hear from enterprise leaders that they find it hard to explain to shareholders what value AI has created. And that's not a communication problem. That's a measurement problem. And it happens when you skip the after phase. Without continuous governance and oversight, three things degrade. Control degrades, policies drift, agents act outside their original scope, audit evidence goes stale. When the next regulatory review comes, you've lost your defensibility. And cost creeps. As usage expands without attribution, ROI becomes invisible and finance start questioning the initiatives. And finally, capability stalls. Adoption weakens. Teams revert to manual processes because the AI workflow isn't reliable enough, isn't improving fast enough, isn't generating the right outcome. And this happens mainly because most organizations declare success when the pilot launches, not when it delivers sustained, measurable value. And that's the gap. So, what does sustained success require? Well, on control, you need AI governance bodies with cross-functional oversight of value and risk, immutable audit trails, exportable for regulatories and boards. You need policy version tied to execution with every run traceable to the exact governance configuration in force. On cost predictability, you need outcome metrics, cost per execution, time saved, error rates, SLA compliance, per outcome attribution so finance can see exactly what was spent to achieve what result. Without this, the ROI question remains unanswerable. And finally, production reliability. You require continuous improvement loops and adoption tracking. And here's some really encouraging evidence. Organizations achieving 90% plus adoption are seeing increased employee satisfaction. And the reason for this is because menial tasks get automated away, freeing time for intellectual work, problem framing, curiosity, and strategic thinking. The organizations sustaining AI value aren't treating it as a deployment project. They're treating it as a continuous operating model. So I've now discussed what impacts successful deployment of AI. The question now is how does Avira AI help successfully deploy AI? So here's where Avira AI fits. We've described what enterprises need before deployment, during execution, and after launch. The readiness requirements, the runtime primitives, the sustained governance discipline. Avira AI is the governed execution layer for enterprise AI, ensuring autonomous systems are secure, auditable, and operate without friction in real-world production environments. Avira AI is secure. Every action is policy-bound at runtime. Role-based access and approvals enforced before execution. High-risk actions pause for human-in-the-loop sign-off with full policy context captured. And this is how you make autonomy approvable to risk. It's auditable. Every execution traceable. Who did what, why, when, under which policy configuration. That evidence is exportable for risk, compliance, internal audit, boards, and shareholders. And this is how you answer the value creation question with proof, not anecdotes. And it's friction-free. It orchestrates across your existing enterprise system via open API standards like MCP and OpenAPI. We don't replace your stack, we connect it. Pattern learning means repeat workflows become cheaper and faster over time. And we're not building better AI, we're building the layer that makes AI safe to run, defensible to audit, and reliable to scale. So how does Avira AI actually govern the execution? Well, it does it through a 5-step loop that runs on every workflow. In step 1, we contextualize. We capture the intent, whether that's through natural language, an API call, or communication to another agent. We verify identity and permissions and assemble only approved knowledge from knowledge hubs. As a result, it reduces the chances of hallucination risk, with agents only able to access what policy allows. On step 2, we orchestrate. We compile that intent into a governed workflow, ordered stepped, bounded agent rules, pre-flight policy checks. Before anything runs, we confirm it's compliant with your policy engine configuration. On step 3, we then execute. We run only approved actions within constraints. Hard budgets enforced at the workflow and step level. Stop rules prevent runaway loops. control and cost operate simultaneously at runtime, not in a dashboard after the fact. And step 4, prove. Every execution generates audit-grade evidence through trace-view. What it did, why, when, which approvals were captured, what exceptions occurred. That evidence is exportable as compliance packs for risk and audit sign-off. And step 5, improve. We version every workflow. Rollback is always available. And through muscle memory at high confidence level, we bypass expensive model calls entirely. We've observed reduction in model calls on established workflows. And that is how unit economics improve over time and not degrade. And this is not aspirational architecture. This is what Avira AI engineers as a governed execution layer. So what does this look like in practice across the life cycle? Well, before deployment, our policy engine and compliance frameworks are active from day one, not retrofitted. Knowledge hubs index your domain knowledge and your standard operating procedures before any agent runs. Budget structures are established pre-deployment, so there are no surprise costs. During deployment, the 5-step governed execution loop operates at runtime. Every step policy checks before execution. TraceView provides audit-grade evidence for every conversation, action, and decision. And human-in-the-loop approvals are first-class primitives, not afterthoughts. And finally, after deployment, our observability dashboard gives you cost per outcome tracking, time-saved metrics, success and failure rates. Workflow versioning ties every execution to the exact policy configuration in force, an immutable audit trail. Muscle memory compounds efficiency with reduction in model calls on established workflows. And this isn't theory, this is the execution layer that makes before, during, and after disciplines executable and not aspirational. So let me close with this, because I think this is really important. Organizations that will win in AI won't be the ones with the most AI. They won't be the ones with the biggest models, and they won't be the ones who moved fastest in previous years. They'll be the ones with AI that risk approves with confidence because they can prove what it did and why. They'll be the ones that they'll be the ones with AI that finance funds with certainty because they can track investment to the bottom line outcomes with precision. And they'll be the ones that with AI that operations relies on daily because it actually works across real systems without consistent engineering intervention. And that's the governed execution, and that's the category. And Avira AI is the execution layer that makes it real, secure, auditable, and friction-free in production. And that is the end of my presentation. I hope that was of interest to you. And are there any questions?
Do we have any questions for Mark? No. Thank you so much, Mark. It has been really, thank you so much for sharing your experience, and it was a very interesting presentation by you, and we look forward to your association in future as well. So we have Mark's team. So Mark, there is a memento for you for today, for being today's speaker, and so I would request Mark's team to kindly collect the memento on behalf of Mark. So do we have leadership?
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Shivam sir, kindly come on the stage, please. So in the presence of Mark, we are giving this memento to the Mark's team. So ladies and gentlemen, big hand for this.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you so much, Mark. And now we have few partners wherein we want to acknowledge our partner. May I request STPI team to kindly come on the stage. Shivam sir, you also kindly come on the stage. So STPI being the knowledge partner to this event, so we would like to acknowledge STPI. Sir, Shivam sir, you kindly come on the stage, please. Alok Gupta ji has been a big support to this event. For the success of this event, STPI plays a big role, and in fact they were the part of the organizing committee. Thank you so much for your support, Alok ji and STPI. And I request Shivam ji to kindly be here. Avirat AI has been the co-partner to this event. So I would request Avirat AI team to kindly come on the stage once again, please. There is an acknowledgement for being the co-partner to this event. Avirat AI team. A big hand to the Avirat AI team. Yes, Jain sir is also here. Thank you so much, Avirat team. So we want to acknowledge Oriental Engineering as well. So they being the associate partner, Oriental Engineering. So may I request the chairman, sir, Jain sir, to kindly acknowledge the company of co-chair Oriental Engineering for being the associate partner to this event. Thank you so much, Ji. So do we have anybody from Think Future Technologies here? Okay. So I would request, co-chair sir, Shivam sir, to acknowledge chairman sir. So Samarthya and Indo Autotech being the associate partner to this event. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Rakesh ji, kindly come on the stage, please. Thank you so much. So may I request everybody to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph, please. So we have very limited number of people who was left at the end of this session. So I would request everybody to kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph, please. So you have been a wonderful audience and a patient listener. So we really thank all of you for staying us till the last minute of this program. आइए सर हम एक रो नीचे भी आइए Thank you so much. So we'll conclude by this. We have a arrangement of small high tea there. So kindly stay for the high tea as well. Thank you so much.